Hey guys, we're back. Back
Hey,
once again.
what's
It's been
up?
a minute since we've done one of these, but it's one that there's no way we were not going to do a spoiler cast for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, especially given the nature of the remake series onto that. We wanted to wait a little while till enough people had played through the game and that we kind of had some time to sit on everything and get through our system to go through this. So for me to just roll call down here, if you haven't been on our channel before, I'm Patrick. I was joined by two of these members for a playthrough we recently did on this Twitch stream. So going down in order from the call for you guys to introduce yourselves.
Hi, I'm an artist. How you doing? Just called Sophie Beth. Who knows?
I'm Tabby Bear. I popped in for like 2 streams, I think, and that's it.
And I'm Treforce of Doom. I'm one of the newer members of this group.
All right. So, so we're gonna start this by just doing our non-spoiler thoughts of the game, kind of in general, and talk more gameplay stuff, and then slowly get our way into the spoiler territory, kind of deal. So, if you're just here for the TLDR of what we think of the game, I guess just kind of going down the list for me, it's really good. It's really good. I think the best thing I can say about the game is that it makes Remake feel like a beta in comparison, honestly. Remake feels so tiny in comparison to what Rebirth has accomplished onto it. I do have my own personal gripes with it, as we will get into it, but, like, man, it is such a solid 9, I think, for me across the board onto that. And it's probably been the AAA game I've been the most satisfied with, which, you know, on these podcasts, I've kind of been the devil's advocate in the past few of these, I've noticed, but I don't think as much for this one. I can confidently say I really enjoyed the ride beginning to end on that, so.
Yeah. It's just like, I think it just continues what I love about this reimagining regarding how they expand both the story and how the characters are in the original, as well as introducing new elements, especially some that were possibly planned but got rejected, or they just implemented a new way.
Is it my turn then, or?
Yes.
Okay.
On that.
All right. Okay. So, just to get an idea, just so you know where my perspective is coming from for throughout the rest of this podcast, I have not played the original Final Fantasy VII. I think I'm one of the very few people that started with Final Fantasy VII Remake.
But you know the general everything that happens in the original.
I know the general structure of what happens in the original, but I don't know some of the finer details. So there's still things I'm discovering as I go. But when I originally played Final Fantasy VII Remake, I fell in love with it. I love the combat system. Obviously, I fell in love with the characters and where the story was heading. And it's the same thing for Rebirth times like 17 bajillion. I really, really enjoyed this game. Like, they had a remake for my favorite game of all time this year, and I'd still say that Rebirth was my game of the year. It's like that's how much I enjoyed it. But I'll save more of my thoughts when we get later on in the podcast.
Yeah, for me, when it comes to the original 7, I only really played like a bit of the first disc via the Steam port. So yeah, you can probably understand why I didn't get super far in that back then.
Yeah, it's not one of the greater. It's probably the worst of the modern ports for 7.
But I did at least know the general stuff, and I also had, like, for some of the, like, slightly finer but not super fine details, I did also end up watching the Abridged Series Team 4-Star did a while back, so I knew the general outline of the plot and everything. So I'm in that weird little middle ground where it's like, I know what happens, but I also don't know all the super specifics. So going through this project's been a fun time for me. And yeah, holy shit, Rebirth is insanely good.
Let it be known, Kingdom Hearts was my first exposure to FF7, and let also be known, especially in KH2, that was during the big Advent Children push, which is interesting to look back, at least.
Oh no, I'm the
Yeah.
old man of this group.
Yeah, I'm with Sophie. My first introduction to anything Final Fantasy VII was technically for me it was the original Kingdom Hearts.
Remember-
And then KH2, I was like, ooh.
That man has bandages on his sword.
Yeah. When it comes to Final Fantasy in general, one of my main introductions was 6. Go figure.
Well, I mean, 6 ain't a bad one.
Oh yeah, no, it's
6
just,
is arguably still in top 3 of the series, so
like for most people in our age range, it's usually either 6 or 7. I just ended up on the Super Nintendo side
6,
of things.
7, or 10 tends to be the ones I find onto that.
Yeah, I guess at
My
the very
fr-
least, regarding Out of Them, 7 was like the most like well known for outside of the Final Fantasy circle.
Yeah.
Yeah, which man, I can't. That's one of the things that's continuing from Remake on to Rebirth. God, I love these versions of the characters so much that
Oh,
we are
yeah.
getting
So
getting
much.
so far away from the Advent of Children, anthology versions of the characters, and going back to more of what they were and not what people think they're supposed to be. And God, I love every part of it so much.
Yay for Eric
it
having a
just
personality.
It just continues even more of all the work that they did onto them. We'll definitely dive more, bit by bit with characters onto that, but that trend continues on. So I guess to start talking about the game itself onto that, I know I was kind of interested with this project in general because the big thing here was that we were going to be getting 7's open world for that. I mean, 7 was kind of open world onto as much
Kind
as you
of,
get
yeah.
with RPG towns and stuff like that. But the
Yeah.
part everybody remembers of 7 is the exploratory nature of it and going around the world kind of deal, not the linear hallway kind of stuff that we had in Remake onto that with the Midgar section of the game. And I distinctly remember interviews coming out saying that the game was cool. If you went for everything, the game was going to be 100 hours long. And I was just like, going for Remake, you're fucking crazy on that. No, you're not. And I open the game, I get to that first map, and I'm like, oh.
Oh, they weren't kidding.
I think it's gonna be 100-hour game.
Can you, by reminder, I think it took like our first few sessions was literally being stuck doing mostly everything in the overworld.
There's a reason I had to move most of that of the extra stuff kind of being off screen, because otherwise we were gonna be on that playthrough forever at that point.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess how do you guys think of how they handled the open world stuff onto it overall compared to Remake's more linear sections and stuff like that? How do you guys feel throughout the process of that?
I was very, very happy with how they handled things overall, especially when it came to the side quests that you find in the various locations. 'Cause one of the things I did kind of had a problem with Remake was that most of the side quests were locked to specific chapters. And now, granted, the game does have a chapter select, so you can go back and go through everything again. But that wasn't exactly something I was wanting to go out of my way to do. So I'm glad that the side quests are they're available as soon as you can get them, and they're not locked out because a certain character isn't in your party, or because a place isn't there anymore, or things like that. So I think how the side quests were handled were fantastic. And I think just like the overall structure of the open sections, like the activities that you can do, and just the general pacing is damn near perfect. It is so good.
I think what's the biggest step up if you compare these side quests is that Remake, it's just more as like, oh, please go stop this enemy or fetch this thing, and you might get like either like a cute character moment or just or something. Like here, it's kind of more. It feels like the side quest has like a budget, and I think what also benefits not only the fact that these characters that you can tell like these characters have their own stories. Some of them even spamming through several chapters, but it's really well integrated into the affinity system that this game offers,
Mhm.
in which the fact that hey, your party members can participate in side quests now.
Yeah.
Yeah, for me, like, what was real fun was just like, going from the initial tutorial chapter, because it's a new installment. You got kind of have to do that for like some of the new mechanics they added in and stuff.
Yeah.
But then
Yeah.
you go from that to the first region. It's just like, oh, okay.
I think one of the first things that came out of my mouth when I was going through is like, oh, this is just Xenoblade. Like the structure is just so Xenoblade on too.
Which I am A-okay with.
I will say for me, I was really happy with it, especially when it came to kind of the proto relic stuff, which is kind of the main side quest stuff for each region. I love doing that each time. I will admit, I do like that there is a good variety onto stuff of like, you get your Ubisoft towers, and then you have stuff like the rare hunt that require you to fight enemies in specific ways onto that, and then ones where you have to go around and kind of find these relics to make the summon more manageable to fight so you can get it onto that. I like this stuff. I do admittingly think around the time I got to Cosmo Canyon, I was starting to get a little tired of them, because at that point I kind of saw the loop at that point, and I was like, okay, yeah, I get it. But normally I would say that would be more of a negative for me, and it still kind of is onto that. However, it really is all optional. You honestly can just book it to the next story section if you really wanted to, and I think thanks to stuff like the dynamic difficulty that's in the game, you can totally do that on replays and stuff like that, which I think is going to help the replay value on this a lot more compared to something like Remake, where, be honest, like, Remake is a great game. You play it that second time, and the cracks really start to show onto that.
On that note, I'm just now going back to when I was trying to get everything in Remake, and you can only fight the Hell House so many times because of how much you have to replay that specific chapter.
One other chapter has a bit of a problem like that, but we'll get to that later on. Yeah, I would say my one complaint with the overworld exploration for me is something that, especially compared to some other examples, like immediately I'm thinking of the Xenoblade comparison and stuff like your Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom, is that Cloud cannot jump off of any height onto that. And I felt like, in particular, it gets super picky with what Cloud is able to jump off of, which I think a lot of the time was starting to drive me nuts, where I would have a cliff just small enough that looked like he could make it, but nope, I have to go around the entire cliff and then come back to it. That did definitely get annoying, and I hope this is changed later on, especially in regards to there is a chocobo in the final area of the game that makes this a non-issue at that point, with one feature that it has on that, and that's why it was my favorite area to explore for that one reason alone on that. So that's one area I am hoping is done a little bit better for the third game, whenever we get around to it on that.
Also, maybe making the map on certain regions a bit more readable. Hi, Gongaga.
Yeah.
Looks like Gongaga.
Gongaga, I have words.
They were trying to
I have words.
unique.
So I'd say, regards to that, hold on. If there's anything you guys have about open world, could you say that for a real bit? I got a real quick call. I'm sorry. I gotta go right now.
So yeah, bouncing off the whole Xenoblade comparison Pat mentioned, because I know Dutchman making a half snide, probably half actual question remark in the chat, but the whole Xenoblade comparison is more than just blanket statement thing, because like you got each region being like its own zone that's really huge and navigatable with its own set of side quests and everything, which is very Xenoblade specifically. Because like with Xenoblade you had like the colony regions, you had the mountains and stuff like that, and it's kind of like that with this game too.
Yeah. I will say I really did I just really enjoyed that, just how the open world was set up and how much freedom it really does give you, because more often than not the only thing that you're kind of required to do in order to explore everything is just get the chocobo. That's kind of it. But we touched on it a little bit earlier, but what I love about it is that it's all completely optional. You could do as much or as little of it as you want, and then you can be like, okay, I've had my personal fill, on with the story.
Yeah,
it helps this game's pacing so much.
Yeah, like Pat mentioned, he was starting to get personally a little burnt out of it around Cosmic Cane. Meanwhile, me being the I want to do everything guy already. Oh, I was just doing everything just because I wanted to.
Well, it's like I want to do everything kind of deal, but it was definitely getting a little to the point where you kind of get the song and dance at that point. So it's like, okay, I just want a little bit more spice, a little bit more spice on that.
I think. Go ahead, Sophie. Go ahead.
It kind of goes to the problem that I feel it goes to other JRPGs in which it's like, especially for 60, it's like, hey, right before the quote unquote final area, here's a bunch of extra side content for you to dig in.
Why is Final Fantasy running into this problem so much with the mainline games? It's driving me up a wall, but it is one of the reasons I'm very thankful for dynamic difficulty onto it, because it's interesting you brought up on 16, because one of my main complaints about 16 and a little bit of 7 remake onto that is that the games on the first playthrough are kind of easy onto that. You can kind of break the games really fast, which is why I like dynamic difficulty. Feels more like a good bridge in between normal and hard, because hard is definitely meant for a new game plus playthrough onto that. It's very clearly not designed for the first run of a file onto that. So I think dynamic is a good middle ground onto that.
I'm just the fact that hard locks out item use is a good sign that you need to know the mechanics.
Yeah. But it's because normally it's like the problem of it's too hard or it's too easy, and there's never that middle ground a lot of the time in this kind of situation. But in regards to other stuff for that, talking about the actual changes to combat onto that, so probably the biggest change overall being the new synergy skills and stuff like that. So the more you basically use alter all the party members, you basically can build up buffs that will work for either increasing your limit, giving you more ATB gauge, or giving you like unlimited MP or more stagger time for it. I personally really love this mechanic because it's actually really encourages you to use your entire party constantly onto it, and I love that. I think my one complaint with it is I wish there was a bit more flexibility in your team comp for that, because the abilities are kind of set up through the skill tree system that they have for each one. Only certain party members can really synergize with other party members kind of deal, and I wish there was just a thing of where you could get every party comp to kind of work together, because I did feel like that limited who I could bring out kind of deal into parties, especially because they're all presets on too.
Maybe have a few more synergy attacks that do the limit level up.
Yeah, I think the limit level up one especially on that.
Like I was extremely surprised that there was not a level limit, like a limit level up synergy attack between Cloud and Tifa. Very surprised about that.
Yeah. I will say there was also I forget what they're exactly called, but the duo attacks when you press like R1 or L1.
Just the normal synergy attacks.
Yeah, just the normal synergy attacks onto it. Admittedly, I felt like the first playthrough I didn't quite get a handle on how to use them optimally. Because kind of for the first playthrough, you don't need them. I keep hearing all the time that no, in hard mode, you really do need to be using them more. But I think they just always kind of felt like a thing in the back of my head kind of deal that I need to kind of use more frequently. I think the one I used the most with Aerith was Bodyguard, the one that would basically take let one of your party members take the hit instead for that. So
yeah, you were using that all the time in the stream.
Oh yeah, onto that. So it's definitely something I need to use more when it comes to combat on that.
Yeah. One of the best uses that I found for it was to kind of lead into, I think, this game's greatest improvement in comparison to Remake. They fixed the fucking air combat.
Yes,
Thank
yes,
God.
yes,
Thank
100%.
God.
Because if it was basically, unless you were Barret or Aerith in the original game, you were basically screwed when it came to air combat. For it, like definitely characters like Tifa are not exactly ideal for it, but they can definitely work with it a lot better on it.
Like the biggest improvement really being Cloud himself, which makes sense. Like he's your all-rounder who's stuck in the party most of the time. He kind of needs to be good at fighting flying enemies.
Yeah, especially one of my favorite things was getting I forget what move, but there was an air launcher move you have with Cloud. Do your entire air combo and then braver them down into the ground was my favorite shit in the world.
Oh my god.
For those who don't quite remember Remake, Cloud really did not have any hops whatsoever.
He could basically only go up in the air when the game allowed it, kind of deal. Onto
But now, if you hold the attack button after a dodge roll, you go into an air launcher attack.
Yeah,
which is so nice.
It's so good.
I guess it brings into what I try to pay attention for some playthroughs, but what is both your favorite your favorite party member to play as and your favorite team combinations?
So I think honestly for best I'd say the best character in the game combat wise for me easily Yuffie on that 100%.
Yuffie's a close second for me.
Is it Tifa for you on that for overall favorite on that?
Who else would have built?
Yeah, for me, it's probably either Yuffie or Tifa. They both fit slightly different niches, so it's hard for me to choose.
It's funny of just everybody's end game just becomes Tifa and Yuffie from that. Of like, everybody starts with diversity, and then it just all medicates to one team at the very end of that.
My end game team was Cloud, Tifa, and Yuffie.
Yeah, mostly because Tifa's just able to get so much damage out. It's mostly once she gets Chi Trap, it's done. It's done. Like it's all over at that point.
Star Shower, go burr.
Like I did not fully realize the synergy of Yuffie Tifa until I saw Pat use them. I forget what my exact end game team was, honestly.
The other part with Tifa is that if you unbridled strength with her 2 times, you basically got the max dodge distance that you had with like dodge materia up in the last game, which is just not here anymore onto that. That got me out of so many scrapes on that shit because of the you're able to get out of a lot of attacks you're normally not supposed to get out of. So that worked great for Tifa onto that. And then for Yuffie is just one, I think the most efficient magic user in the game. Honestly, once you level up her stuff and really use her ninjutsu stuff, especially when you get doppelganger onto that. But it's her hurricane spin move was the other one, which just absolutely became the AoE damage move of the entire game onto that, because it did so much that you basically got another one for free, and then you could use it again, get another one for free, use it again, and just loop on indefinitely.
Windstorm, go burr.
Pretty much onto that.
Pretty much, yep.
So I think that was overall the team comp that most of us used for it. The other comp that I used from time to time would be Aerith Barret onto that, where basically I would make Barret have a promote and a bunch of defense materia, so he kind of became the tank, while Aerith I was able to do a bunch of setup with. Mainly once you get Arcane Ward and Radiant Ward for that. So basically, you build up a bunch of ATB with that, and then just fire multiple hard-hitting spells back to back onto that.
Yeah.
The one disadvantage with it is that Aerith kind of doesn't have a whole lot of defensive options, so you need to make sure the boss doesn't run in towards you, which is why later on I switched to Kate Civ in that combo as well when I got him.
Which me personally, I had a lot of fun with Kate Sith once I went through a tutorial fight and realized, oh, this is how it works. Oh, this is gonna be fun.
Kate Civ is definitely the one you have to rewire your brain on how every party member works to get the most out of him.
They made him a puppet fighter.
The thing is, I don't even use him for the puppet stuff a lot of the time. It's mostly to get the stacks, and so that he can just constantly keep rolling dice and buff the entire party. Onto that is like the big way. Also, that for some reason, when he has Mog, his dodge is invincible. I don't know why this is a thing, but oh my god, you cheese the fuck out of fights that way. Alright.
Yeah, the one, we'll probably get into this more in one of the later spoiler sections, but the one downside to Kate Sith is if he's by himself, he is kind of vulnerable.
Oh god, the one section with him solo drove me up a wall. Oh my god.
So I would like to flip a earlier question on its head real quick for you guys.
Real quick before we do that, there is one character that we actually did talk about for playstyles.
Oh shit, yeah, we completely forgot about Red.
I will admit, I think Red overall became my least used party member, sadly, onto the team, and I think it's mostly because I don't like his vengeance gauge mechanic onto that, where the idea is the more he blocks, he builds up this gauge, and then he can basically go into a vengeance mode where he does more damage, he can get health back, he gets access to his bigger skills. The problem for me is a lot of the time, I find dodging to be better than guarding for it, especially because it feels like it takes a very long time for Red to get into his guard stance for it to count. And it's one of those, by the time you get vengeance mode, the fight is usually over by that point. So I might as well use another character who has access to his whole kit onto that, especially when you get other defensive skills in the game, like layered counter stance, for example, onto that. You know, guarding kind of becomes a lot less of a bigger deal when you can counter stuff instead.
I got some good use out of Red during my file because I don't if the game tells me, hey, this is the tank who needs to block a lot, I'm going to do that to build up the meter. And yeah, once you use him enough, he can be fun. But yeah, he was not an endgame party member for me, that's for sure.
Yeah,
I know specifically when Nico had to do those the secret boss area, he did switch to Barret or Red mostly because they're probably the best group for survivability. So yeah, their movements for stuff are a bit more limited.
Okay, now you can do your point, Debbie.
Okay, now we can. Okay, so who would you guys say was your least favorite party member to control?
The Red.
Honestly, I've always found Barret a neat tank range, but I always just found his actual moves pretty basic feeling to use, just because of what his kit is, because he's guy with gun arm. That not a lot you can do with variety with that.
I think Barrett's kind of in a weird spot when it comes to the party to make his combat flashy or stuff like that for him, because I do think he gets really good kits, but I usually have Barret as my main support character kind of deal. Is usually the role I put him in on that.
Yeah. I'm probably gonna get crucified, but Aerith was probably my least favorite to play as in the game. Even after you unlock all of the extra stuff for her, which I will say does make her a lot more fun. I'm not saying she's not fun to play as, because she is fun to play as, but in comparison to every other, I just have a lot more fun with everybody else's kit.
To be fair, I do think Aerith kind of does start to fall off once Yuffie really gets her kit going, kind of deal, because it's more of Yuffie just has access to her big combo stuff way faster than Aerith does in terms of being a mage character on that for your party. So I can kind of see it on that.
Maybe it's foreshadowing.
So I guess that we've gone over combat, we've gone over that. So I guess at this point we can kind of start getting a little into our spoiler territory and go through stuff going on at this point. So this is gonna begin our regular spoiler time onto this. So
Phew, go away, people who are here.
yeah,
even-
just,
who have
yeah,
built the game for no
okay.
reason.
So, I think already setting the tone right away is the fact that how many did any of you guys play the Nibelheim demo when that?
I
did
did
not.
not.
So
I watched. I
yeah, I
watched the
think
demo.
Sophie watched. So the fact they pull a fast one on everybody that played that by opening up on a Zack section as the first thing that happens in the game onto that.
You.
It was just like a oh god, what wait, now kind of deal.
You know, like as someone who didn't play the demo and didn't realize it, like just because I wanted to experience everything fresh in the actual game itself, so I did not bother with the demo.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. So me, it was just open up. Oh, we're just going into this immediately. Okay.
I was just kind of surprised that we took control of Zack that fast. You didn't know. We'll definitely talk more about Zack later onto that because it takes about 30 hours, so we will go and play as it.
But still, I mean,
I
it's
am
like
so
you.
glad I played Crisis Core.
Still, when they pan over onto the cat, it's like, oh my gosh, we're playing Zack. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh.
Yeah, I had a
So,
stupid smile on my face.
So my first reaction to playing as Zack wasn't holy shit, I'm playing as Zack. It was holy shit, what is happening to my frame rate? because the game defaults you to, I think, graphics mode when you boot it up the first time. Yeah. So my frame rate was just garbage. Like I was running maybe like 20, maybe 19 frames during the Zack section. So I had to back out and change my settings so that way I could be in performance mode.
Yeah, I played in performance mode as well. And now, admittedly, when the game first came out, the performance mode was a little blurry onto that. It was a little blurry when it came. Thankfully, a few weeks after, they did implement a sharp performance mode, which definitely helps onto that for it. And I will say, just overall graphically, like I think the game looks great whenever it does.
Yeah.
However, I think the game doesn't look as great whenever it turns to daytime. And I think that's a way more prevalent issue in this compared to Remake on that overall. Because you're kind of out and about in the daytime majority of the game onto that. Like whenever it's indoors and it's at night, game looks incredible at that point. Whenever it's daytime, characters' faces look a bit washed out onto that whenever.
I sure love opening the door and then getting
every time.
Yeah.
It's one thing
when you leave the cave.
I really hope that there is some kind of update down the line that lets you set the time of day to whatever you want, because I will always put it at sunset or night if that happens at that point, because I think that's easily where the game looks at its best when it comes to that.
I wouldn't be surprised if that's something they implement for the eventual PC version.
Yeah, I could see that being in PC, yeah.
Yeah, so for me with the whole graphics versus performance thing at the start, I usually default to performance whenever I can, just to help with, well, so sometimes I'll go it depends on the game, but for this one, I was, okay, we'll try performance. I did switch graphics at one point, move the camera once, and switched right back to performance.
It definitely feels like it's on the lower end of a 30 FPS kind of deal for it onto me. I just preferred how performance mode felt overall on my end.
Part of why I tend to go for performance is like, I'm not usually too much of a stickler for super high-end graphics. I just care that the gameplay itself is smooth.
Yeah. So let's get into Nibelheim, and the thing I couldn't technically talk about on stream that I absolutely love right off the bat when you're in the car onto it is the Cloud's dialogue. It is written so specifically that if you know about the whole thing of Cloud and Zack in this one, it is
Perfect.
so distinctly Zack dialogue coming out of Cloud. It is perfect on that.
Yeah, no, like I was relatively fresh off of playing through Crisis Core Reunion, so like I caught that shit immediately.
Like, it's just very specific mannerisms that the people that don't know wouldn't think twice about it, but like anybody that's in the know is like, oh, that's Zack. That is so distinctly Zack way of speaking these lines, kind of deal onto it. It is so perfect on that.
Yeah, like Clouds of EA's delivery, the motion capture of the animation, just everything is beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Also, speaking of which, can I just this is applicable across the board. The voice acting in this game is great.
Yeah, it's
like
fantastic.
I think it's a big step up above Remake. Everybody does a fantastic job.
Like, I really have to give mention to Cody in particular, as Cloud.
Oh,
my
yeah.
God,
Yeah.
man.
Cody
is Cloud.
I do not hear any other voice for Cloud for me anymore. No other one exists for me.
That is my definitive. He hashtag my Cloud.
But yeah, you go through Nibelheim onto that. I think one of the great parts for me, I was always curious how they were going to handle the dragon onto that for it. And you get that camera pan around and you're suddenly playing as Sephiroth out of nowhere in
For 2 seconds.
Oh, I squealed. I think
it was like, I'm calm, I'm very calm right now, guys. I'm very calm.
Go!
I just love how you only get to play stuff for 2 seconds because of how fast it happens, but because he's so powerful that it only lasts 2 seconds.
Yeah. And as soon as you get the option later on, it was just like, I'm only playing as Sephiroth. This is the only time I'm going to be able to play as him. I'm going to soak in all of it at this point.
Like, literally, as soon as the little pop-up came up that said you earned this much experience from this anyway, I'm like, no, go back! Please.
I do want to mention when you're in Nibelheim itself, great stuff of just going around stuff like that. You go into Cloud's old house, and I love how the memory still does look very like something's not right onto it. You can already tell onto it. That was in the original too, but I think it's emphasized here. I love the details added if you go into Tifa's room.
Oh my God!
My stuff?
One of my favorite lines of my stuff. Yeah, Cloud.
I know.
You asshole!
Cloud, you asshole! And I love I love that bit because throughout all of chapter 1, obviously the story is being told from Cloud's perspective, and occasionally the other characters that are in the Calm Inn will like chime in and be like, that's what happened, or wow, look at that. So you get to Tifa's house and you start going through everything, and I was cackling the entire time.
One of my favorite things is if you interact with the piano, and like they actually have different dialogue for if you actually play somewhat decently well or just fuck around.
Please tell me I'm not the only one that did the first 3 notes of Megalovania and then walked out.
I did do plenty of the piano minigame later on too.
Shout out to the nice sandwich lady where you could just gobble up 3 sandwiches in one go.
I did do that.
Cloud
I did
eats
do that.
so much bread.
But yeah, no, you get great trailer shots as you're making your way up the mountain onto that I think mostly the big things that they moved the dragon fight to the very top of Mount Nebel this time onto that for it, which is fun fight for the beginning part of it. Of course, you get the L'Oreal hair moment in the like mid-fight cinematic part on that.
Yeah.
But so I'd say for I do like the extra lines given for when Sephiroth does find the Genova experiments when it comes into there. Humanizing him a bit better, which admittedly I do feel like this Sephiroth. I like Sephiroth in this flashback. I'm not sure if I like Sephiroth throughout the entire game, but we'll get to that as we go on.
We'll get there. We'll get there.
Also, real quick on the note, chapter 1. Man, I sure hope that one random soldier found his girlfriend.
Yeah.
There is one scene I did want to talk about with Cloud. I think there's at one point where Sephiroth is like, "Hey, you can take the night off. Go do whatever. See you in the morning." You can go up to the water tower and sit in Cloud's spot to look over at Tifa's window. When Cloud goes to sit down, he doesn't take off his Buster Sword at all, because like later on in the game, when he goes to the tower, he'll take the sword off and then he'll sit down. Mm-hmm. So it's like a little, like I thought, okay, that's like a little cool attention to detail, because I'm sure this is a real memory for Cloud, but like you get what I'm trying to say, though.
Yeah.
I don't know. I explained it. It's such a little. He doesn't have the Buster Sword, so of course he's not going to take it off when he sits down. I'm like, that's such a small little attention to detail, and I'm like, Square, you have done it again. Take my money.
I think for me, my favorite part of the whole Nibelheim flashback is skipping forward a little later onto it, is when Tifa is attacked by Sephiroth, and Cloud basically thinks that she dies, kind of deal. As I kept joking, it's session 1 and it's already breaking me, kind of deal onto that. Tifa basically says something along the lines of you that
you promised.
Remembering the line back from when they were kids of like, if I'm ever in trouble or in danger, promise me you'll always be there to save me. That's what heroes do. They save people. Tifa then says like you were always you were meant to be there and protect me, kind of deal. And I think it's, for me, there were like 5 layers of this hitting at once, because it's like, not only is it to call back to that line, but also, if you remember the fact that Cloud didn't make it into Soldier at this point with his memory of the entire point that he hides himself is that he thinks he's a failure to Tifa. Onto that, it's just like all those layers were hitting all at once, kind of deal. I was like, oh god,
that is very much a quote unquote second playthrough line, and I love it.
It's so good. That was for me the lock in. All right, here we go. They get it. They get it on 100.
It's like ooh, they get it. Ooh.
Also, on the note of they get it when it comes to chapter 1, holy shit, that soundtrack.
Okay.
I just want to say how mean it was that they cut the demo after the whole Sephiroth fire reveal.
Oh yeah, because that was technically the fire section happens before that. I will say I like the fire section. I do think it is probably one of the more AAA gamey parts of the game, where it basically becomes a glorified walking simulator for a very long time. Onto that,
yeah.
It goes on a bit long, but the detail that I love for it is when it goes to the iconic Nibelheim fire shot. For that, you can see it's very subtle in the character acting in Sephiroth's eyes, that there's a little bit of his humanity in there, but it's quickly diminished onto that. It's like, nope, I got a job to do, kind of deal onto it. It's a good way of handling that scene, so it's different from the numerous other times they have recreated that shot onto it. So,
because with the Smash victory screen, for example, that's just him being menacing. Because why would it not be for a victory screen?
Well, I mean,
but
like no, that, having children, all the spin-offs, they use that shot in everything for it. So,
yeah.
Which I remember all the whole speculation about that whole line of Tifa possibly being being a fake of that, when in the end it really just turns out Sephiroth just likes to gaslight Cloud.
Yep.
I got words about that later on.
Yeah, I figured that much.
It's mostly just a remember of that they are still trying to make this for people that haven't played the original 7, but especially by the end of this one in particular, I'm like, get out of here with that mentality. I'm sorry, no. This cannot be for somebody that knows nothing about 7 at this point. I'm sorry, no on that. But I with how the music was building up in the final part of the Genova scene at the end of Nibelheim, I actually thought that there was going to be an extra encounter until there was not to that, and we get quite possibly the best Aerith line in the entire game.
Yes.
Where the setup is that Aerith was basically saying that she heard Sephiroth died from some kind of accident that happened, and that Barrett says, Shinra is just feeding these dumbasses all of this fake propaganda, and Aerith just goes, question. Does that make me a dumbass? I miss this
we are so bad
much.
Well, I will say there is one line later on in the game that I loved more than this one, but this one was I was laughing so fucking hard.
Another, we're so back. We're so back.
Yeah, we're so back.
I guess really quick to talk about music for that, because we didn't really talk about it in the non-spoilery section. I think the soundtrack is great. A lot of the remixes are really good. I have the same exact complaint that I had about Remake onto that, where I think certain themes are remixed a few too many times onto that. Especially the main battle theme. When somebody says to me of like, hey, you remember like this cool remix of the battle theme? I'm just like looking at the 30 times it was remixed, and I'm just like, you're gonna have to be more specific than that.
Yeah.
They all blend together to me after a while.
Which one? We got 50 of these assholes to go through.
Yeah, so I wish certain tracks were not remixed as much, kind of deal, because also the game shows that they are plenty okay making a bunch of their own music that was not in the original at all onto this. Do I have to mention the dog theme on that? My god. The dog theme has no reason going that hard on it at all.
I will say, I'm jumping the gun a little bit, but since we are talking about music, I am very happy that for some of the overworld battles, they use the first section of the Airbuster theme from the first game, since obviously that's like the standard boss battle from the first game, or like from the original game, I should say.
Yeah.
I love that version of the boss theme so fucking much, so I'm glad it's back, and I really hope it's back for part. I really hope it's gonna come back for part 3.
I think actually one of my favorite overworld themes is one that I don't think people hear for a while. It's when you go back in the first area. There's like this acoustic version of Hollow that plays there, and God,
it's so good.
The song is so good. It's
so
that one
good.
Fucking blindsided me.
But yeah, so after that, you get a great scene with Tifa and Cloud on top of the roof. After the flashback for it, and it kind of starts to think of that Cloud kind of doesn't think that Tifa is actually the real one.
This is where we start to get into Sephiroth really going in on the gaslighting, because before the scene, he's obvious like, you saw me kill her, so is it the real Tifa, you little bitch boy? Which
I love that Tifa's immediately like, no, I have the scar to prove it right here, dude. What more do you want? Onto that, and I just like that. I feel like the rift between them is a bit better onto that, at least at the beginning for it, because I do think there is a thing of where, that Cloud's memory is the whole idea that he's clearly not remembering it right, but he's getting like 60% of it right. That's more than a lucky guess kind of deal onto
Yeah.
to it, which is why, Tifa is so hesitant to try and drop news on him. He's afraid that something really bad is gonna happen if Cloud can't remember who he is, considering how fragile
and I think
mental state he's been throughout the whole game.
And I think that's the big thing that a lot of people are missing, because looking through takes for this game on Twitter was a huge fucking mistake.
That was a problem on.
Yeah.
But I saw so many takes where people were like, Tifa is being a really shitty friend because she's withholding all of this from Cloud, and I'm like, this man is like one psychotic breakdown away from just being comatose. I think the last thing he needs is just to be told something different happened compared to how his memories went, because I'm sure he would freak the fuck out. And obviously with the whole Genova thing and just like it kind of sucks that Tifa's not telling him, but she's doing it for a good reason.
Yeah.
Like, let's not forget what happened when he did learn the truth back in OG.
Yes.
That did not go well. That did not go well at all.
Talk about that later on. But then we also get to the real meat of the game is a little thing called Queen's Blood.
Tell me, children, have you ever heard of Queen's Blood?
I did not. I at first I was like, what is a card game doing it here? Huh? Okay. It quickly became absolutely my favorite side quest in the entire game. Like, literally every time we got to a town, I saw a Queen's Blood player, and it was like, we're going to Queen's Blood.
Pat. Go ahead, Travis. Go ahead.
Like me being someone who grew up with Yu-Gi-Oh! He's like, ooh, card game. All right, let's try this out. Oh, this is fun. And meanwhile, Pat over here, I remember in the stream, he was like, wait, what? Why? And then he got one taste of it.
It's one of those, because a lot of the time when a card game is thrown in, it's like, okay, how fun is this actually going to be? Or is this just going to be a whole other thing that I gotta learn? What I love about Queen's Blood is that there is a lot of strategy to it. It's still simple to get. I love the feeling of how much of an actual card game this is, because you go to a town, everybody talks hot shit about themselves, and you're just like, oh, they're not ready. Oh, I'm about to smoke this entire town kind of deal onto it. You're the out-of-stater coming in that wipes the entire tournament and leaves the kind of deal onto it. Yeah. And I love that. The other two parts about that I really love about Queen's Blood onto it is one of how you can actually feel a metagame kind of change as you go on throughout it. Because initially, the goal is like, okay, claim all the spots you can, get all the big cards onto it. But then you start to kind of realize you actually don't need to get all the rows. You just need one really good row and you're golden kind of deal onto it. And then that metagame changes later to when replace cards are put in at that point. And it's basically you having to stare down with the other person like, come on, steal that spot. I dare you. Come on, do it. Sort of big onto it. God.
And adding on to all of that, the subplot they have going on.
I love how stupidly Yu-Gi-Oh! This subplot gets onto it. Where it becomes like, it's this cursed card game kind of deal where, like, you play it like the creator was tormented for life. Is like, this is the most Yu-Gi-Oh! Shit I have seen in my life. And
they go hard with the people you play for Queen.
What I love is how at first it just feels Yu-Gi-Oh! With the opponent personalities, and then they just hit you with the first plot battle.
Yeah. I think it's even better by the climax when Vincent gets involved in all of it.
Yes.
It's just the cherry on top. It's so good onto that. Please either make this a standalone game for PvP or bring this shit to 14. I need player versus player Queen's Blood so bad on it.
And also, we did mention this in the actual stream, but yeah, no, the final boss is a fraud.
We'll slowly get to that since it's later.
I'm really glad that you guys had fun with Queen's Blood, because I had fun with it for like 3 chapters, and I'm like, I keep fucking losing. I'm just gonna stop.
It's definitely learning the metagame kind of deal onto that. Admittingly, I didn't do too much of the puzzle once that
Yeah.
came over later. Like, though, and I've seen later on, they get absolutely devilish in their
Yeah,
design.
they are rude.
later
They
on.
are rude.
But yeah, I also want to mention, I don't know why I'm blanking on the first town's name.
Calm.
Calm, yeah. Calm was the most Disneyland-esque environment in this entire game for me. This shit looked right out of Fantasyland on that.
You know what it reminded me of? It reminded me of the town in Entangled. It reminded me a lot of that.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, I definitely get a lot of that kind of vibe into it. I just think they did such a good job translating this area in particular, I think, to get a great start of what the game is going to feel like onto it. One thing I do want to mention that I actually really like what the game does from time to time with in regards to dialogue choices, because you can do that and you build affinity with your party members, which lets you get more skills and stuff like that. But for the purposes of most people, is what determines the the date later on onto that. But I like the fact, actually, with these decisions, kind of similar to games like say oh god, why am I blanking on it? Sophie, musical game. Why am
Stray
I?
Gods.
Stray Gods. Yeah, sorry, I was
Yeah.
blanking on the name so hard, but where you are given a limited time to actually decide what you want for your for what you're gonna say in a situation. And I personally like this system a lot more, because you play games like Persona and you're like hyper analyzing every choice kind of deal. It's like, okay, what is the most optimal one to say to get the most onto it? And I like this system because it's like, okay, you just gotta, whatever the first thing you think of, go kind of deal onto that. That's about all the time you get for that. And I think that makes it feel a bit more natural onto it. I like that a lot on that.
Also, for when you go back and post game to complete things, they actually do mark what the affinity gain you got from the ones you already picked was, which is nice.
But yeah, so I'd say after that, the just with a few side quests that were in that area, I think the one that really sets the tone is the Queen's Blood one in that area with the dude in the bar. Of just like if you say to him of like, get your card back, it's just like, you think I've tried that yet? Just like it's gold. I love it so much. I love
Also, because they aren't attached to any quest, shout out to whoever decided to just have a two women just having a cat fight in the middle of the street.
Oh yeah. The tea was spilt.
Yeah, I just had that like Cloud just like quietly walk away onto that when it happened on that. But I guess if we have any other ones to say in that area, or we go just straight to the boss fight of
So with when you're in Calm, obviously, like, there are all your party members are kind of spread around the town, and you can go and talk to them, and that's where we get kind of the proper introduction of the affinity system. So do we want to cover that real quick before we move on, or do we want to wait a little bit?
But if you have
Did we-
anything
did
more
we-
to add
have we
about
covered
it, go ahead.
My brain's a little scattered right now, so I apologize if I'm a little redundant. But I overall did really like the affinity system, and especially when we get to the end of what it all leads to. Obviously, we'll talk more about it when we get there. But I think the idea of like picking the best choices and using your synergy attacks with each character more, and then just doing really well in like story beats to improve your relationship with each character. I like that. I like that.
I like the one mostly for when it's a timed option and you just have to pick one and go kind of deal. I like that system a lot onto that. But
Yeah.
So let's talk about Midgar Swarmer on that.
Oh man.
Because this fight changed a lot in comparison to the original. Because in the original, you kind of could, you either got the chocobo to avoid the fight, or basically you kind of scurried your way around the corner to try and get around it, so you didn't have to fight it because it would kick your ass if you went for it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for those who don't really know OG, the Midgard Stormer, it was a wall. It was a fucking wall.
Yeah. So for this one, I think the fight's really fun. For this one, of how he's going all over, he's going into the water, going all over. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I don't know what this thing's fucking beef was, but it always ate Cloud. Never went for any other. Obviously the cutscene after it's yeah, it ate Cloud, but it can go after any other party member, but it exclusively went for Cloud for me. I'm like, what is your fucking damage?
His hair looks like a chocobo's.
Yeah. Maybe that might be it. But there is one change onto here where Cloud gets dragged into the water and Sephiroth ends up saving him by lifting the Midgard Swarmer onto the spike and stabbing it, which is kind of a big change compared to the original onto that, because in OG7, you went by the area probably trying for hell and back to get through Midgard Swarmer, and then you get up and then you see another one just impaled on a spike, which is very clearly by Sephiroth on that.
Which was one hell of a way for OG to set the tone of what his threat level was.
This is kind of the thing where Remake has kind of shown so much of Sephiroth's hand at this point that part of that is kind of lost, so they have to do it in a different way. For that, it's I think it works for this version, but I won't lie, I do like the original a lot more onto that for me, but...
Also, to backtrack a bit, is that one, to get through the swamp, we have to go find Chocobo Sam and meet Chocobo Bele, and the most important, adorable, but annoying character in the game, Chadley, the Chad.
Oh, Christ almighty.
I was fine with Chadley in the original remake. He was fine for what he is. There was definitely a point of oh my god, Chadley, please shut the fuck up. Please shut the fuck up on that when it came to...
He likes to talk a lot.
He talks a lot. He has also a new assistant now. She's okay, but oh my god, Chadley, please shut up on that, please.
I do love how with he ends up accidentally creating his own worst enemy.
Yeah, for that.
He has acquired a younger sister, but it's I think when Chadley is not putting his mouth off, I do find it amusing of how they try to implement him through the different areas, especially a specific area near the gold saucer. Is very amusing.
I love the kind of joke that Chadley will just be everywhere, regardless of story reason or stuff like that. He will find a way onto there.
He's just
I better
there.
see that bitch in Cloud's memory when we go there in part 3. I better see him in the live stream when we go and repair Cloud's mind on that.
I wouldn't be surprised if they make the live stream sequence a thing in of itself, a whole chapter dedicated to itself.
It's going to be.
I wouldn't be.
What I think they're gonna do with it, but that's in an hour and a half from now.
I'm gonna laugh if the next part is just gonna reveal that Chadley just has multiple android bodies around the world. Which, by the way, I hope you 100% did a remake and not get jump scared by the fact that Chadley's an android.
Oh yeah.
I have to establish that for people. But speaking of Chadley, actually, let's quickly go over some invites onto that. Is there any in particular that really stood out to you? Any that you hated?
Fuck Odin. I still have not beaten Odin.
I two-shotted Odin.
That little bitch.
No. So those who watch the stream know full well my story with Odin, but so it took me so many attempts to beat Odin, and so I'm building his shit up during the entire stream playthrough for Pat, because I'm like, oh, Pat's gonna be on him for a while. Pat beats him in 2 fucking tries.
I guess I just out DPS'd him on that.
Like literally, I was trying to go through the fight because from what I was told, it's like you gotta like you can't block his attacks because it still does damage. So you have to dodge. No matter how many times I fucking dodged, no matter how many times I still didn't get hit by him, he's just like, nah, I'm gonna go to fucking Ragnarok. He's your 1 health, bitch.
I think it was mostly just out using Tifa Unbridled Strength, dodge out of the way, use range projectiles onto that, basically just keep up the pressure onto that, and that kind of did it. For me, I think the one that gave me the most shit was Alexander onto
which was weird to me since Alexander I beat in one try.
Alexander's DPS checks are pretty strict onto that. I also keep laughing at the fact that, of course, it's Alexander, and of course it feels like a 14 fight with the amount of AoEs that are on the ground that you had to dodge and shit onto that. Oh, man, I just couldn't help but find that funny in regards to that.
I was able to one shot every single summon with the exception of Bahamut Red or like Bahamut. What is this?
Bahamut
Arisen, yeah. With the exception of Bahamut Arisen, which I got him on the second try, and fucking Odin.
Yeah. So yeah,
Someone's gonna be the bane of my fucking existence.
So one thing I learned from watching Pat beat Odin is I thought you really had to rely on stats effects. No, you just have to DPS the fuck out of him.
That, unfortunately, that is kind of a lot of the end game. Is like take this big constructive fight, lol, DPS the shit out of it.
Well, no, because like his invisible momentum meter is based on stats effects and DPS, and the way though the analysis was worded, I thought stats effects were the big decider.
Yeah,
so like a lot of my attempts were spent trying to spam poison and stuff on him.
Yeah, no, I think if I'm trying to remember what I think I just applied a poison to him and that was fine onto that, I think, overall. But yeah. So I think the summon fights are cool. I want them to go even further with these kind of deal. All I'm saying, Knights of the Round, make it story mandatory. Come on.
Oh God.
Please.
I want there to be I want there to be a separate graphic setting when it comes to the next part of graphics mode, performance sharp mode, performance mode, Knights of the Round mode on.
What do you mean by Knights of the Round mode?
Most ridiculous thing in the world, like the original 7 on that. Like I want them to make it a big thing of where like the Cetra, this was like the Cetra's last line of defense kind of deal sort of shit is going to get Knights of the Round for it. I want it to be mandatory this time so bad on there.
Would be cool to actually see these summons in the real world.
Yeah.
Instead of like Chadley's little VR setup.
Admittedly, I kind of like the original 7 remake. I felt like I used summons very few amount of times onto it. I think just was because it was a lot of the time feels a little like a cheat button at points where I just want to fight it normally kind of deal. I feel like there's still a bit of a stigma where it feels a self-imposed stigma, I guess, where it kind of feels like you're using something you're not supposed to use when you use a summon kind of thing. I think the one I got the most use out of was Phoenix, mostly for defensive purposes and the like on that.
Auto life go burr.
Yes, 100%. So after that, we head to the Mithril Mines, which now is a full dungeon this time compared to where it was like 2 screens in the original game. To that, so quite a substantial upgrade. Goes on a bit long, but I do like the fights with the Turks that we actually get this time onto it, because you just kind of encountered them, and it was always weird that there wasn't an actual fight with them in that section. So.
Definitely made for a more fun introduction for Elena.
Yeah, onto that, which I really like how much of a snot-nosed brat they made Elena throughout the entire thing. It's so good.
She's the new blood. Of course she's going to be cocky.
Yes.
Rude is stuck babysitting a teenager.
Pretty much. So after that is the entire Junon region. for that, which is again another beautiful area. I do want to complain about one thing in this area though.
Is it the massacre? Is it the massacration?
What did they do to my poor boy for Condor? I hate what they did to this minigame so much because I love the one where I love the minigame originally in the not in the original 7. That minigame sucked. To that, no. I'm talking about the one that was in the Yuffie DLC. I really liked that minigame. It's probably my favorite part of the whole thing, honestly. Onto it. I don't like that they removed the ability to choose your own units and that you have to actually win the map. It can't be like a tie or a point difference. You have to claim the first one. I equate this a lot to, it feels like Marth FE1 teleport into win kind of stuff happening throughout it. I really didn't like this one. As soon as the hard mode opened up, I was like, nope, not doing that. Not doing that.
Like I get they want to make the relic ones more puzzles than actual matches, but they did not do it right at all.
No.
There. Pixelated Cloud Tifa and Barrett didn't. Which now I would like. Speaking of, I want to talk about the actual actual Contra side quest, because there's just something funny I learned recently about that. Is that there is a point for that like you're trying to find meat so you can have the Contra appear for these bird watchers, and you reach a point where you can get some greens, the actual meat, and monster meat. And I'm just like, why do we have the option to choose one of these? And it doesn't really seem like to affect anything. Apparently, you have to choose the correct meat to maximize Tifa's affinity gauge. So I'm just like, huh? So if you choose the wrong meat, good. I hope you like having Tifa's affinity meter at 98% for your rest of your run.
Thankfully, once you're in post game and you have the report screen, they do tell you what you've done for the affinity meters.
It's just so funny. It's just like, oh geez, I hope you picked the right meat so Tifa likes you a bit more.
Tifa will remember that.
It does. It get a bit. There are other options that are a bit silly, but we'll get to that one. I just find that one particularly funny.
Speaking of which, On the Way to Fort Condor is probably one of my favorite side quests in the whole game. The dog side quest. Onto that, you get fantastic Barrett dialogue throughout this entire thing, because it's basically Barrett talking about Marlene onto it and starting to get really worried of like, Marlene's gonna be with me forever. It's like, no, I gotta let her spread her wings. What if she never comes back? It just ends with just like Cloud just going like, Barrett, get your shit together. She's 5, kind of deal.
Jesus Christ, man! What the hell?
Plenty of time onto that.
It's fun hearing Cloud be actually exasperated with Barrett's antics like that.
Which I think it ends with a bit of like, she'll always be back. Maybe. With what?
Don't start your shit to get Cloud.
Which there's also a nice little bit because in Mithril Minds there's this whole bit at the beginning of the game saying that everybody will do things for 2k gil onto that.
As a jab at Cloud, making it as a sort of joke remark at first.
Yeah, that's later revealed in this quest. I believe it's Cloud's, when he first became a mercenary, Cloud's mom basically gave him 2k gil to kind of go out and start on his own. So as a way to kind of make a name for himself, he always charges 2k for that. It's such a nice little bit. I love that.
Well, it's really great because many players, including us during the stream, were like, "Why do you keep mentioning the 2k?"
Yeah, it's such a nice little detail. I love that a lot. But yeah, when you get to actually Junon, at this point, well, I guess underside of Junon, onto that. One change that I loved for it is how Yuffie gets involved into it
Yes.
this time onto it, because it was going to be, okay, where are they going to put Yuffie on this? Because I think for a lot of people, we were kind of expecting Yuffie was going to be early in the game and be the explanation why you don't have any materia at the beginning of it.
Yeah, because for those who may not remember OG or don't really know OG super well, Yuffie, you first meet her in a random goddamn encounter.
Yeah, a random encounter, and it's totally optional onto it. You encounter
Her and Vincent were not in the main story.
I think it was mostly due to a limitation, trying to get the game out in time. So it's like, we don't have time. We'll just make these 2 party members optional since we don't have time to implement them into the story.
But we're gonna make Yuffie have the most specific path to get her to be playable onto that.
It does make it for the coolest. It's like, wait, this one was in the game kind of moment if you never encounter her at all.
Yeah, but yeah, now she is the one you save on the boat this time, which I think is just a great way to actually introduce her into the rest of the group this time.
Mhm.
And she's like, oh my gosh, you're Avalanche? Yo, I work with Avalanche, I'm a big fan. And everyone else like, who is this child? Sassy child.
Like Club Bear and all of them are just like, who's this sassy lost child?
I love especially of that if you look at cutscenes, it's like Barrett's very apprehensive on her and just eventually starts growing into a little bit of a father figure for Yuffie throughout the game.
Yeah.
I love that. I love that so much. But yeah, also probably one of my other favorite little moments. You can talk to everybody while they're in the cabin for the night. The one I specifically remember onto it is when you're talking with Tifa onto it, and she asks Cloud, what can you remember anything about anybody about anyone at Nibelheim kind of deal? And one of the options of like you could say you kind of deal. And Cloud's basically, like, the only thing I really remember is you. And Tifa's like, oh, it just like kind of clenches her hands together. It's like, oh, she like that. Oh, she like that.
I definitely picked the right choice there.
It's like there are so many moments where you can just like all their like little like subtle reactions to each other, you're just at the conclusion where like, oh, they're down bad for each other, like down bad.
Part 3 is going to be interesting under the Highland. I'm curious how that scene's gonna go.
Which with how down bad all of them are for each other, it just makes it even better how Cloud can very easily switch between smooth and dork.
We made this observation with this version of Cloud onto it is anytime he is talking with Tifa, he is unintentionally smooth as fuck when it comes to flirting with Tifa or anything like that. As soon as it comes to Arif, she's like, like just not
this flower girl's being mean to me.
My introverted ass cannot handle her at all on that.
The introvert beats the extrovert.
Which, well, speaking of extroverts, we also hear from here a certain motorcyclist come back into the picture. I was just like, yes.
Also, I think we missed it on our run, but apparently, if you wait at the you just go on the balcony and wait for him, Roach starts spouting Shakespeare lines at Cloud.
Amazing.
Speaking of characters down bad for other characters, yeah, Roche is absolutely down bad for Cloud.
Roche was easily my favorite of the original characters that was added into Remake, so I was so happy to see him back. And he basically challenges the Cloud to a battle later on, after they get through regular Junon, which was one of the, I think, most anticipated areas for Rebirth onto it. And my god, they nailed it so much onto that.
Yes.
Not only for exploring to get all the troops that you need for this big parade onto it, which I love the fact that also this plays into the idea of Cloud wanted to be a big soldier for Shinra, and even though he doesn't agree with anything of Shinra does, in a way, because of this and the eventual group you lead later on, It's like Cloud kind of gets to fulfill his childhood fantasy onto that.
Yeah.
Especially because while in OG you were just a random ass troop, here he becomes the captain of the parade.
Yeah.
As he gets talked down by Mitsuru from Persona 3.
Yeah. Also, yeah.
And Gundam Tanaka.
Calvin Knight, you also bring it up. Yeah. Okay, I didn't know the bald bar was a thing in the original because you zoomed by that section in the original game. So I went through that door. I'm like, what the fuck is happening? God.
I was laughing my ass off so hard.
It is the perfect example of Final Fantasy VII is a weird ass video game, and I don't think enough people realize that.
No, it's like just a cute little thing. Like, oh, Rude's at a little bar. That's nice here. It's like you just walk into them chanting their national anthem. It's like, wait a minute, are you Bobhead?
I love how their greeting is just like they just bump heads with each other.
You know, they literally just wipe their heads.
Yeah. Also, you get Barrett's being forced to be disguised with the outfit. I love the fact that it's almost a running gag later on that he actually starts to really like the sailor outfit.
The fact that you can see him checking himself out on the boat is so good.
The sailor suit stays on during sex.
I know Rude is like the iconic moment for it, but shout out to Elena getting drunk at the Shinra bar.
Oh,
yes. Also, just on the note of recruiting all the troops, all the different reactions they have is great. Like, some of them are just like, oh, okay, yep, business time, while others are like, dude, it's the captain, dumbass.
Oh, shit. Then you get to the actual parade part, which is basically just the minigame from Honeybee Inn kind of repurposed onto that. And I do like the fact that to get the higher score, you actually do need to do the higher regiment kind of deal onto that to be more impressive, which I do like.
Which I'm sad. I fucked up enough to where Roche won on my file.
I won on mine, but I love the part where you get with Rufus, and what are you gonna identify you right away? I did think that was a little dumb. It's like, how the fuck is no one identifying its Cloud in this version onto it?
But, you know,
in the OG, he's wearing a giant ass mask that you can't see him at all.
Yeah.
Yeah. But, you know, like here in Rebirth, you can see them clearly on the cameras, and it's clear they already fucking know.
Yeah, it's just a little weird that they made him go through the whole process onto that kind of
like Sen looking at the cameras, like, what are these chuckle fucks doing?
But I do love that there is actually a moment of Rufus is like, you know, work with me, like, hey, we're on the hunt for Sephiroth kind of deal. You help us get him. We clear your names. You know, got nothing else. I don't want anything to do with what my dad did kind of deal onto that. It sounds just convincing enough that I was kind of starting to believe it a little bit onto
And Yuffie happens.
And then Yuffie fucks it all up.
All right, did we forget to mention that she was gonna assassinate the president?
Get down, Mr. President!
Which I'll probably get into it later, but I will say, looking back at the moments Rufus does, makes it a lot interesting when you know certain things about him in like later parts.
Oh, I got that moment from the moment game.
Yeah.
From the mobile game.
Yeah.
The background on that. Don't worry. Yeah, you go after that there's like chaos going on. You take your squadron that was helping you, and then you go fight Roche down there because of course you do.
Rip Soldier A in my file. He will be remembered.
Oh damn. Soldier A was a real one on that.
Real motherfucker.
So from that you battle Roche, and then you get to, no joke, my favorite chapter in the entire game.
It's a good one.
Dude, I love everything they did about the boat to Costa del Sol, because in the original, it was you basically snuck onto the ship as Shinra personnel to just kind of get over to Costa del Sol to try and find Sephiroth onto that. This time they make it so like the winners get to be on this cruise ship and go to Costa del Sol for their vacation kind of deal. So you head on to go do it. They changed it to be this cruise ship, and the first day
And nice it is. If for whatever reason you don't like Queen's Blood, it's skippable.
Yeah, you can. It's another instance where you can just skip the whole thing if you really wanted to onto that. I think you're missing a lot of great dialogue onto it.
Shout out to Chadley destroying Baron.
Of that, you can find a bunch of the old NPCs. There's for some reason a Queen's Blood robot onto here. Triforce's like, what the fuck?
Because like I went for mostly fighting party members and like characters from Remake, so I didn't even see Wise until later in the plot line.
I think most people tend to go for like the guy in the beginning deck, and they don't go outside and notice, is that a fucking robot moment?
They're caught me completely off guard during the stream.
It leads to one of my favorite jokes in the whole thing, because Red is mad that he cannot join this tournament. So when you finally win, he decides to hijack it by putting on the Shinra outfit he does from the original. And from what my chat said, basically live action Scooby-Doo energy is way.
Yeah, like to keep his balance, he's doing shit like moonwalking.
Yeah, it was just I love it because it keeps the ridiculousness of Red being in the suit and turns it into a completely different thing onto it.
It's okay.
Like, we did not see that he was not disguised like that back in Junon. He was just basically pretending to be a statue near some kids.
Yeah, for it, but he was disguised in the original game, and no one batted an eye to him at all.
But meanwhile, here when he first reveals himself, you just hear a kid in the background go, "Mommy, he can't hurt you."
It is one of my favorite jokes in the whole game onto that. Even funnier because I absolutely smoked him in the game.
Oh,
in the
yeah.
match right after onto that.
Yeah.
It's so beautiful.
And then you can rematch him again later during the end game bit.
And then my favorite part, when you're walking back to the room, he can just walk. He walks on all on two Buzz all the way.
He waddles. He just waddles. It's great.
It's just, man, I love it. It is the perfect bit of goofy shit from 7 that I love so much. And then getting into serious shit afterwards, because if you know the original game, you know there's a Genova fight on this ship.
Oh boy, the context.
And how you sneak down of that. You keep hearing of that there are, reunion people on the ship, and then the captain ends up coming down and, start shooting some of them while Yuffie's disguised as one of them to try and, sneak onto the ship.
Yeah, she was trying to stow away.
Yeah. And then you get, what was it, Life Clinger? Genova for the
Life Breener or something like that. I forget the Genova names
like this, but it is a metal as fuck looking Genova.
Oh yeah,
onto the with one of my favorite tracks in the game. This particular remix of Genova's theme is.
It's so
beautiful. This was the
good.
one I was like, oh fuck. When I beat the game, this is one of the first tracks I'm looking on it. Okay, Emergent Genova. That was it. That sounds right on that. Yeah.
Yeah. I think Lifebringer or whatever it is a different one.
Yeah, I think Lifebringer is the last. Lifebringer is I think like the last one. Yeah. Yeah. No, this fight was incredible onto that. Like the detail of it, all of the shit you have to destroy onto that, the music on it, God, like.
Literally, like, as soon as the Gregorian choir kind of kicked in for the melody, I literal fucking chills.
It's so good.
It's so good.
Yeah, I just, everything about this chapter is so good. It is the highlight of the game for me. Absolutely on that.
And then we move on to another one of my favorite chapters, La Costa de la Sol.
Beach episode!
Yeah.
Beach time.
One of my favorite jokes already is when they get off the ship and Barrett's like, you two aren't just trying to go to the beach. And they just Tifa and Aerith
look at each other.
turn away. It's like, I know what you're doing. I know what your game is.
I love the friendship between Aerith and Tifa so goddamn much.
Oh my god, their date right before they go to the beach was incredible. Because they have dialogue when you switch between the two. One of my favorites was like when you go from Aerith to Tifa, Aerith is just like, "Guide me, O Tifa," and she's like, "Of course, my child."
I love when the game first came out. One of my mutuals I was following just control Aerith and Tifa on their date. And it was just like in big caps on their what? Yeah, no, Costa del Sol is such a fun one for this. I knew there was a specific moment I was really waiting for onto it, but I think also Costa del Sol has some of the most fun mini games in the entire game.
Oh, yeah.
I love the stupid little scooter thing that you have around the entire area onto it. It's one of my favorite bits. I love the Red Rocket League mini game that you have.
That was a fun one.
I love that.
Was a fun one. Rufus's dogs in that one.
The shooting mini game with like the pirate ship. I loved that one.
Yeah,
that one actually gave me a really pretty good challenge on like the later one that you had to do. It was actually really nice onto it.
Yeah, lots of memorization of those layouts to get the best points.
Yeah, and as Dutchman says, the part I was waiting to see how the hell they were gonna do was Hojo hanging out on the beach in Costa del Sol. Because it's one of the most what the fuck random moments in the game. I was like, it has to be here. It has to be here. I need to see his crinkly ass out there.
Evidently, they play it more straight because there's something amusing just walking across Costa del Sol OG and you just see Hojo's vibing with the martini.
Well, I guess actually before that, another part is this is where we meet back up with Johnny from the original game again onto it, and he got tricked into basically buying a hotel that is just absolutely run down, just craptastic, and you gotta help around town and eventually get outfits to go onto the beach for that.
Because doing the mini games gets you the tickets for the to get yourself the swimsuits.
Yeah, onto it, which I think we all did the more covered up ones. I think overall onto that.
I didn't.
Okay.
I'll admit it. I was corn dog. I'll admit it.
So I did. I forget if I went for swim trunks or shirt for Cloud, but I went for the more modest one for Tifa, and I went for the non-frilly shoulders one for Aerith because I didn't like the frills that much.
I did the more covered up one for Tifa and like the long dress one for Aerith. I think I did the more like clothed one for all of them onto it. I know people were going absolutely nuts for the one for Tifa onto it. I just like the other outfit better. Okay.
Yeah, no, I like the black swimsuit more for her.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the shirt with the shorts.
Yeah.
I love that look for Tifa. But I was trying to follow a guide because I was trying to get the affinity thing up because obviously I wanted to get Tifa and take her to the gold saucer. But what my dumbass didn't realize was that if you pick the same for Aerith, her affinity also goes up, and as soon as both of them went up, I'm like, fuck.
That's the guy who decided to become an asshole to Aerith at the last half of the game.
Once we get to the first round of the gold saucer, I'll explain why.
Actually, before we head back to Hojo, I know we're going to talk about. I think there's technically a Zack flashback around here. I think let's just.
Oh no, it's after.
Let's save Zack. I think for his own segment in general. Onto that later.
That makes sense.
Yeah. But we get something that I feel like is going to be big later on. Of that, I think earlier in the game, Aerith said that she basically can't remember everything that she did from the end of Remake onto that, when it was basically live stream Omni Aerith was basically taking over for her, and Aerith pulls the materia away from her, and it's suddenly clear for it. Like the white materia doesn't actually have anything in it anymore. this
Which those who know original
this
are
was like
freaking
I
out.
was leaning in my chair. I was just like, go on. Like that's a big change onto that. Also, maybe not at the same time, because I mean the whole thing is spoiler, white the white materia holy doesn't actually stop Meteor at the end of it, but this might be a different white materia, potentially. Again,
There are some
Potentially.
There are some fun shenanigans to be about that, considering stuff from the end game, but we'll get there.
yeah.
Yep.
But it was just a really interesting part. But yeah, you get to Hojo on there, who as soon as he started talking about like talking to the ladies and telling them about, you know, that they could have worked for Shinra for experiments, I'm like, oh no. Oh no 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 no! If you know how Sephiroth was made, no 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 no.
Yeah, as soon as he was like talking about Aerith Tifa, I was like, nope, 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 nope. So much nope.
But then you get a whole ass boss fight that did not exist originally onto
Fuck
it.
that boss. I hate that boss fight.
Which fun thing, that whole section also acts as a callback to Crisis Core, because grabbing the umbrella is a thing Zack did in Crisis Core during his beach episode.
Nice onto that, but yeah, this is basically the fight where Yuffie officially becomes part of the team at this point.
It's insane how long it took.
Her introduction, like when they actually like have her join the party, is fucking perfect, because she goes through this whole like anime introduction sequence, and she's like, you know, the Wutai ninja Yuffie, and like big explosions, and then Cloud just stares at her for a little bit, and then he's like,
cool. It just does the pan out cricket.
Cool. Just
like it is perfect.
See, this is another moment where I feel like you can so tell the change in Cloud, because I feel like you know, Advent Children, you know, that era Cloud would just be like a whatever kind of deal onto that. Just the cool for it just makes it 10 times more funny. Whereas Cloud is like, I just do not want to be here. I'm out kind of deal. I'm not too cool for this. It's like, I do not have time. It's more of a, my introverted ass does not want to be here right now. I'm going.
Yeah, they gave Yuffie the perfect little sister energy. It's great.
Which I want to mention, I was worried about Yuffie in this whole remake project onto it, but Yuffie has quickly risen up to be one of my favorite members of the entire party now.
I absolutely love her chemistry with Cloud, because obviously throughout the entire game they annoy the shit out of each other, and then you get to the end and she's like, yeah, I wouldn't have done this adventure with anybody else. And I'm like, oh, it's like little sister.
I definitely got stuff to say about a gold saucer event onto that for sure. But
we'll get to the gold saucer.
Okay, calm down.
With on her dialogue, one of my favorite bits from her was like during the Johnny side quest where she starts taunting Cloud with all the clones.
Yes.
Just that one shot of the like Sonic being surrounded by a bunch of babies. but I love the little callback to when you recruit her. Her dialogue matches the exact same way of how you can sort of recruit her in the OG. But also apparently I learned is that is actually also a secret affinity check, because you get the most affinity if you do all the correct choices from the OG. If not, say goodbye to like a huge chunk of Yuffie's affinity, and you'll never get her at the gold saucer.
Guess who did that? Who's Yuffie? His stocks were in the gutter the whole game. Well, it's also because like the earlier ones are like Yuffie keeps saying stuff like, "Man, I'm really pretty, aren't I?" Cloud kind of do. I'm like, you are a child. I am not falling for the nope.
To be fair, I think if you do choose like the positive outcome, you're just like, oh wait, you're serious? Huh. Okay.
Yeah. Jumping a little ahead with Yuffie onto it, it's gotten to the point, honestly, with how this Yuffie has gotten so attached to the party. I can't see her betraying the party anymore.
Yeah, how is
At
the
least
Wutai
not
section going
willingly.
to work?
The thing is, I think what it might end up becoming, this is our first tinfoil hat time onto this, but I think with the war that's happening with Wutai on it, I think there's going to be a moment where they get captured, and I think that the party's going to assume Yuffie traded them in, and then you do a solo thing with Yuffie, and the whole thing is breaking them out kind of deal onto that. I think is going to be what they go for now at this point.
Yeah.
I think something like that.
I think maybe they won't think she betrayed them because, like, she's already helped them fight off a version of Sephiroth. You do not really easily think someone will betray you after that.
After
shit,
the entire finale of this game, no way in hell is she betraying the party at this point. I'm sorry, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think it'll be like they all get captured, but she barely escapes capture and then has to stealth mission it.
Yep.
That would work. That would definitely work, especially when they go to the whole like execution bit. But later.
Yeah. Anything else we have to say about Costa del Sol before we?
It is the introduction of the subplot of my guy, the Shinra manager.
Oh yes.
I love we were talking about the swimsuit options earlier. I love Cloud's Chocobo shirt.
Yeah.
Love the Chocobo shirt.
I cannot believe I almost forgot about this. But okay. I'm just seeing my stuff for here. But yeah, I do want to mention one talk in particular. Like, you could talk to everybody on the beach after the fight. The talk with Aerith in particular onto this, where basically she's talking about Hojo, and she's like, you know, I'm the kind of person that always wants to see the best in people. You know, I don't ever think people are like born evil or anything. But when she talks about Hojo, she's like, that man, I hate him, kind of deal. It is very like unnerving hearing Aerith talk like that.
Yeah.
But it also makes sense when you know what Hojo did.
Yeah, no, but it's just like oh. And I think how you handle it with Cloud right after is also just like perfect onto that. Like, it's so good.
Go ahead.
Eris just has a lot of those moments which are just like, man.
There's one in
This
Evil
poor
Heim I
girl.
really want to talk about, but we'll get there later.
I really did enjoy the friendship that Cloud and Aerith have in Rebirth. Cause like I like there are points where I can see why people would see it as like a romantic relationship, but like how I see it, how I look at it, I'm like, they just became really, really good best friends.
I would say that in the original. I think Rebirth definitely reworks it a bit better to make it more romantic, if you decide to go down that route kind of deal, but I'll save that for Gold Saucer onto that.
I think ironically, I like Claire for both interactions, but with Rebirth, I like the whole the whole like tragedy and like of like more it's complicated aspect the relationship has now.
Yeah. But anything else about Costa del Sol before we start heading to Corral on that?
The push-ups return.
Oh god, this was the one side quest I didn't do. Fuck this minigame. I hate this minigame so much. I hated it in Remake, and I hate it here too. Honestly,
I think they made it worse.
It's harder.
I think they made it worse
because here's the thing: of not only is the pattern like different for the thing, if you retry, it will mirror the pattern at that point. So your muscle memory is just
That's so fucked up. That is fucked up.
I was just like, yeah, no, I ain't dealing with this. I'm just gonna get better gear down the line. I hate doing this shit.
Yeah, it's like, fuck that.
I still remember your PTSD reaction when Jubal's first showed up.
Yeah, I was like, oh god, no. A sleeper agent just awoke in me at that point. But Cali Knight, you bring up what I totally want to talk about. Yeah, when you head up to Corral for that, there is a fantastic section where you're with Red and Aerith as you climb up. Aerith is talking about, you know, Red says, Aerith is like talking about how she's becoming one with the mountain and getting energy from it. And there's just a great line read from Cody. It's like, what the hell are you talking about?
The fact that Red eggs her on is also great.
It's again one of those moments of Cloud. He's just like, what the fuck is wrong with you people?
It's okay, I'll carry her.
It sounded so genuine that I laughed my ass off when it happened on that.
Yeah. Also, on the note of the mountain climb at the very start, it's like, Barrett, don't do anything without my permission. Okay, permission to breathe, permission to sing, permission to.
I'm going to kill this girl.
I think Sophie touched on it a little bit earlier, but there's I think the beginning of the Johnny side quest, where you're working with Tifa to get all the stuff, and she gets the idea of like, hey, let's just pop out some clones and get the job done. So she pops up like a bunch of clones, and they just start annoying the shit out of Cloud.
Yes.
And by the end, he's just like, no, and then all the clones are just boo.
Also, earlier in that dialogue, she mentions Tifa clones, and you just hear Cloud hesitate.
And Yuki's like, clown, you whore dog.
Like,
Oh, God.
we'll touch on it later, but Yuffie is the biggest Cloud and Tifa simp I've ever seen.
Oh my god, yes.
He is fighting the good fight.
Wu-Tai strongest soldier.
The minecart is pretty cute. I'll be frank. I'll take Yuffie's stocks going low just to get the
Yes.
of her yelling.
So,
I
yeah.
hate you, Cloud.
You take this. That is kind of an interesting new trait they gave to Yuffie in this version, of where she just has a lot of vehicle motion sickness onto that. I don't remember that ever being a part of her character before, but I do like it. When you're on that minecart and you decide which way it goes, you either go the more safer way or you go the more faster extreme way. And yeah, you take the more extreme one. It's just Yuffie's just like, I hate you, Cloud.
It also leads to one of like the first, like one of the many instances where like she'll get out, she'll have motion sickness, and then Tifa just comes over and she's like, "It's okay, I'm right here. It's all right. Just let's throw up, do what you got to do."
Yeah, like you can just hear the game over chime playing in her head during that scene.
I just think of the Gravity Falls like, oh, I'm gonna throw up. Nope. I'm just gonna ride this out.
And then meet Cloud Jr.
Yes.
Oh, the best new character.
Yeah, it's cool. And then we get to depression. As soon as we get Corral. Corral was always probably one of the more, bigger moments of the game's tone, kind of shifting onto that. I think they do a fantastic job when you first enter it, and kind of like the hazing that they give Barrett, and everyone's just like, bro, what the fuck? And Barrett's just
like Yuffie was on site at that point.
Yeah, it's just like, I think it sets the tone perfectly for Corral, of just that it's a shithole at that point, and Barrett, everybody plays Barrett 100% onto it. I think beginning of Corral is like pitch perfect what I want it to be in this area.
Mm-hmm.
It's
the fact that Barrett blamed
so
himself too.
It's just the kind of energy you just goes with like, hey, gold saucer. Woo.
That's always kind of what it was. Dutchman, that's always kind of the idea for it, is that you go from this and then you go to gold saucer for one of the big moments, and then you're hit with depression plus after hit onto it. But I guess from that to what I think was probably the most anticipated area in the entire game for it was gold saucer onto this, because I think after Honeybee Inn, this had massive shoes to fill.
Oh yeah. And I don't know about you guys, but I think it did perfect.
I'm a little mixed on how I feel about Gold Saucer in the game onto it, because I think aesthetically and stuff like that, I think they have absolutely nailed it onto it. Of like this shit is like futuristic Epcot bullshit going on throughout this whole park, and I love it.
They give it the perfect level of gaudiness for what it is.
Yeah, because it's supposed to be, this place is powered on Mako sucking the energy dry. It is supposed to be the most gaudy, like, superficial place in the world, and I think they nailed it on that. Like, I think the hotel is honestly my favorite area in the Gold Saucer as a whole.
And also, God, that they nailed Dio so well.
Oh yeah, no, I actually really like this version of Dio for it, because as we talk onto it, Dio kind of, Dio was fine in the original. I think this version added a lot more character to him, because when eventually that Barrett is suspected of gunning down everybody in the Gold Saucer, and people are like, no, he's our friend, he wouldn't do that, and he's just like, I can't take that for its word. But I'll give you guys 24 hours to set the record straight onto that. After that, I gotta bring in Shinra at that point.
Yeah, I love that he's like, I respect you vouching for your friend. However, I barely know you guys.
Yeah.
So
where he just kind of doubted them initially at the beginning, which I'd be fair onto that. But I like this adds a little bit more depth to him overall. But
yeah.
For Gold Saucer as a whole, I think the thing for me is, this was kind of known as the minigame center in the original game. I think the problem is, I feel like the minigames here are frankly some of my least favorite in the game, considering all of the other minigames that are in here. My favorite part is the goddamn Queen's Blood, and I can do that anywhere in the game. Like, the shooting minigame is kind of whatever for me. Same thing with the motorbike. Onto that, Arena is fine until you're doing later ones, and I just want to die at that point. And God, I hate the boxing minigame so much. Oh my God, I hate this one.
I've seen so many people struggle on that.
When I was trying to do the higher challenge ones to get the certain materials for a piece of equipment I was putting on Tifa for her limit stuff, I'm pretty sure I was on that for like a good half hour.
The only way I was able to do it was by learning that you could pause buffer it later on. That was the only way I was able to actually clear the final Gold Saucer version of it later on in the game. Onto that with the Shinra employee on that.
It basically doesn't help that we also have 14's Gold Saucer to compare it to.
I think that was the other thing why I had big expectations for Gold Saucer, was that I'm so used to 14's onto that. It was like, okay, this one's gotta really blow me out of the water. And I think it's just one of those that, like, the minigames here, I think are just okay for that. And I think Gold Saucer deserves better onto that.
I mean, at the very least, this version of Gold Saucer did give us a metal chocobo theme.
oh yeah, I was not expecting that. I'd say probably, though, my favorite minigame is probably overall the chocobo racing onto.
Yeah. It's a really good one.
Especially once I learned of the later chocobo that you get that can fly over terrain. And mostly the thing is, you can use that to literally go over gaps in the road, and to any kind of corner or shit like that, it counts. Or when you go off of use that ability off of a ramp, you can use that to get further glide distance to get across the map. That's where it's like, oh, we gaming on
on my end, when I saw that description, I was like, oh, so like ignore water and grass. Okay, cool. I'm just gonna stick with the blue chocobo because it gives you a red shell effectively, which is insane in this game. But and then I saw Pat use the flying one. I was like, oh.
So yeah, I think Chocobo Racing was my favorite one. But also we get the introduction properly to Kate Civ into here, and not randomly at the Shipra Tower that he was in Remake. That's still one of the most out-of-pocket moments in Remake onto that. If you have no context for that at all, it is hilarious on that.
It's like, oh god, everyone's dying. This is horrible. Is that a fucking cat?
Yeah. also on the note of his actual introduction here, I love how just immediately Cloud is like, nope, fuck this.
I ain't trusting this fucking guy.
Like Kate Sith back in OG always just felt like he just kind of shows up, and like they nailed that energy on purpose here.
It's like, what is this thing following us?
Man.
So I guess from talking about Kate Civ and he's a weird one. He's kind of in a weird position for it because they reveal very quickly that it's Reeve on that for it.
Yeah.
I kind of hope they do a little bit more because I still feel like he's kind of in the in-between zone right now where I feel like original didn't do a whole lot with him, and stuff like Dirge Cerberus did flesh him out a bit more, but it's also Dirge Cerberus, so
Yeah.
I think unironically my favorite version of him is actually Machina Bridge's version, because I think they actually go all the way with the idea with the character onto that.
Cave Sif is kind of in this weird element that he's most cases pretty unlikable in OGs, and Rebirth kind of has to essentially iron him out and make him be a lot more likable in the eyes of the player, which I have seen to be. There is like a small subsection that is a bit mixed on that, but I think it's definitely for the better that they make Cave Sith a lot more of a nicer character in that sense, which I'll get to later.
Yeah.
I do like when the actual moment for him happens. You do see in the motions that he does regret what he's doing.
Yeah,
I do like that the party is kind of suspicious about why is this random Shiver employee just following us?
Yeah.
Barrett straight up confronts him on that when you're in the buggy, which is nice.
Yeah. So I guess from there you kind of get the first date with Gold Saucer kind of going down with any of the girls, because you cannot do it with any of the guys on this one.
Which was absolutely It was hilarious when we were going through
understandable.
all the other stuff.
For Bear, but man, I wanted to go with Red 30. I wanted to explore the Gold Saucer with my dog.
I still remember when we were going through that, and we went to go see what Red was like, and we just see him in the elevator because a glitch happened.
A glitch happened, and he went into the elevator, and I was searching for him forever. It's like, where did he go?
Two things. One, I love when you go down the elevator, Chadley is just right fucking there. It's just so hilarious.
There's no escape.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Two, the remixes for the girls' themes are really
good. God. I've listened to the Aerith one in particular so many times on that. I've had is later, Dutchman. It's after the first visit to Gold Saucer.
I've had the Tifa version on loop a lot.
I will say I don't actually have too. Well, okay. There's one bit of Tifa's I do want to say. For Aerith's, I think this one is the superior one for the first one, mainly because when you go into Chocobo Racing for it, there's a little bit where Aerith is like, oh man, it's gonna be a close one, oh, it's gonna be great. And then Cloud plays along with it too.
Yeah,
it is the I miss this Cloud so much. Being a goofy little guy.
Yeah. Just Aerith going, who do you think is going to win? And Cloud going, I don't know, it's all going to depend on. It's so good.
I guess for perspective, my favorite bits in Remake is literally just the entire section where Cloud and Aerith are just hanging out.
Yeah, but that's why whatchamacallit, that's why am I blanking on the red light district of
Wall Market.
Yeah. Why Wall Market's like the best part of Remake on that. But I think for the Tifa one, it's definitely when you're by the Ferris wheel is like the best part for. It's like just push them together, jump on.
Yep.
But hold on, I think when you're with Tifa, there is a line from Aerith if you go and talk with her. I forget what it was.
No, she just looks at you too, and she's like, yes. This definitely looks like a date.
Yeah, and Cloud's like, no.
On that
He's
note,
just-
going back to the whole Tifa Aerith friendship thing, I love how they're both kind of rooting for each other.
Yeah, it's more they both know they can just ruin this man together. So there's a mutual benefit to just screwing with Cloud onto it.
So there is the moment in the theater which one there's a location you missed that actually foreshadows the goddamn goblin in the desert.
Oh yeah, because there's a big.
But most importantly, the Jesse scene.
This is the one of like I think all of them are good for different reasons. For it, me honestly, I think this scene works the best if it's just Cloud onto. Because if you go with just Cloud and you see the picture of Jesse onto there, only in the Cloud version you actually get flashbacks to Jesse. I was like, oh god. And just the final line of just you still owe me that pizza, and it just like cuts out with like nothing else into there because like the other ones the girls will say something or stuff like that, but it was just like that like solace and nothing else. It's just like Oh, that hits so much harder on that. Oh, God.
Yeah.
I just love how much this project has done with the Avalanche crew, with how little they showed up in OG.
The Avalanche crew went from nothing whatsoever to some of the most loved characters in 7. How the fuck? On.
I'll give the Tifa version some points since that one is definitely a bit more personal.
Yeah.
For Tifa's
yeah, especially when you consider how much Jessie really did help Tifa when she was living in the slums for the first time.
Mm-hmm.
Like you don't like once you realize like how close they actually ended up being, it hits a little harder.
Yeah. So I guess after the Jessie thing and after so there is a bit of a change in this version of it where Barrett actually sees Dine in the gold saucer and runs after him onto that, and then that leads us into Corel Prison, which oh my god, I love how absolutely gaudy as fuck Gus is in this version.
Like, underground crime boss, he's gonna be slimy as fuck, and I love it.
He's so disgusting. I love him.
Especially with the cheesy, like, almost rap theme he has.
Yeah, the gold teeth and shit is really what sold it for me on that. But yeah, you go through, you get your first Chocobo race, and then you gotta go and find Barrett. Well, I guess let's cover the other stuff that's in down here, just because we're not gonna be really coming back to it. There is the underground Coliseum that you show up here with the Nomura character from Remake that's trying to find his girlfriend from the Don Corneo.
Lindsay.
Yeah. So you kind of go through that whole side quest onto there. It's good character development stuff for him and Tifa in this section that I really love.
Yeah. There is a real shame that side quest also has you pay Aerith her alone against 2 bombs, but hey!
Oh my god, that was some of the most annoying fights in the game, Jesus Christ. It's like, man, I like Rebirth's combat a lot, but oh man, there are some very specific enemies that just make me want to bash my head against the wall when you have to fight them solo onto that.
Also,
Dutchman does bring up another great moment though from the prison. Chadley's disguise.
Yeah,
it's so good. For that, which is great.
It's like this place is very suspicious, so I've hired a disguise to be safer.
Yeah, you go eventually find Barrett, and okay, let's talk about what I think is probably, besides the ending, the most controversial part of the entire game, which is the Dine fight onto it.
I think
where do we all stand on this encounter?
I think there's generally a split between how the quote-unquote like scene with Dine is in the original, but I feel most people agree that they kind of went a bit too over the top with the fight.
Yeah. But,
yeah, a little bit, yeah.
Like, I think it's for me, I love the bit of you go in and he's just like talking to phantoms kind of deal. It's just immediately like, oh, he has fallen so hard now. And I think there is a bit missing from this version of where Dine says Dine is just absolutely broken at this point. In the original, he talks about, to go find Marlene again to go send her to her mother kind of deal. It's like, oh fuck kind of deal.
It's like yeah, that's how you know that he's.
Which they cut that line from it. And I think that does kind of hurt Dine overall.
I understand why I did it because there was like an interview going on that the producer personally feels that the Dine moment didn't hit much in the OG, which probably explains why this part of the story was changed a good bit.
I don't agree with that at all, personally, because I think this is one of the hardest hitting scenes in the original 7 for it. But it's like, okay, I like the fight. I like how, gritty of, just men with guns fighting each other kind of deal that this fight has for it. I really like it. But then he grows, this Resident Evil arm, and I'm just, raising an eyebrow. Huh? What?
Is there an explanation for how that actually
I don't know how he got that.
Yeah. So for me, since I never actually fully experienced the original saying, I went in knowing the general context, and also, remembering how Abridged handled it. But so going into this, I was like, all right, let's see how Rebirth handles it. And I will admit, it did get me. It did make me tear up. But as we were discussing it during the actual stream playthrough, I did see where you guys were coming from with a lot of it.
I think this one tries to overcomplicate it for me, especially on the post end of the fight. Because I just don't feel the emotion is quite catchy here, though I did end the fight in the rawest as way.
Oh yeah,
it
was absolutely awesome.
It was Dine was charging up his big fuck you laser attack kind of deal, and I did the charge move with Barrett where you charge in and then shoot him right in the face kind of deal. So it's Barrett is charging through the laser, puts the gun right at Dine and shoots, and that ends the fight. It was holy shit, this is the rawest as hell thing I've seen in the fight.
But yeah, of course, I think one thing we can all agree on, what the fuck was with right after the fight?
Okay, I do want to just mention beforehand, before we get it, I do really want to shout out to Barrett's VA in this section, because, God, whatever I say about the section, regardless, he fucking killed it on this scene, on that 100% to it.
I know the cliff death is definitely the more iconic edited die, but the more time I think about it, I have grown to really enjoy Die just collapsing on top of Barrett, and he just looks at him as you carry that weight, that guilt, which leaves that little bit of spite that was more notable in the original.
I like the idea. I mean, I overall like the cliff idea more. And I'll talk about the version I think that can maybe work with this scene better. The problem I have with this scene is Shinra shows up in the middle of it. And it's wait, what the fuck? Why are they here during this section? And then you have the fucking Shinra executive, I forget his name.
Goddamn Palmer.
You have this fight with Palmer that's in this frog robot thing, and you fight, it's what the what is this doing here? And you have a whole dune buggy chase scene. It just felt this does not feel like the time and place for this encounter at all. It was severe mood whiplash for me.
Yeah, even with them setting up Palmer being at the Gold Saucer earlier to be a problem, that was just the wrong place to put his fight.
Yeah, I think for me, this is one of the few moments where I just this was kind of a full miss for me. This is one of the only moments in the game that was just I just don't agree with this choice.
Especially since
the Turks showing up and Dio stalling the Turks so he can get away. I'm fine with that part.
Yeah.
But for Palmer, maybe, I don't know, stick him at the very end as they're about to hit Gongaga, where you'd have the side quest period you can use as a break point.
Yeah, I think if he was after you got the Doom Buggy, but before you hit Gungaga, I think that would be probably a good
that would have been better.
But to go back to the idea you're talking about, Sophie, of you carry their weight, I'm gonna propose an idea for it. It might be a little too much, but if you want the idea to maybe have the effect of the cliff, because like Dine has a whole thing. I can't see my daughter again. How I am, and you carry that weight. Maybe this might be a little too much, but I think maybe you should have had it where Dine shot himself at that point, like gun to the head kind of deal. Like you carry that weight and then boom.
That would be raw as hell. I don't know how the rating.
It might be a little too far onto it, but I'm just like playing it in my head as like, oh, that would have the weight of the original at that point.
Just with the particular rating 7 usually has, I don't know if Square would be willing to go that far.
The thing is, like, I say this because, like, even though I think if they off-screened it, I think they could get away with that kind of deal onto that.
So like they
I think of how much games like 14 have pushed their teen rating on that.
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah.
That. So I think they could do something like that.
Like maybe if like you see the motion of him like waving his arm, but then they cut back to the team, and you hear the gunshot of Barrett's cries, and that's just the insinuation of it.
They cut away before the shot fire. The shot fire sits on the rest of the team or Barrett, and then you see the feet fall to the ground, and you know exactly what happened.
I would fucking break. I would break so hard.
You see what I'm talking about now? It's like, that gut punch right there. I think.
But even still, I do like the death scene. The Palmer is weird. Another underrated moment is the thing that is the talk that Cloud has with Barrett when he brings back his gun is really good.
That's a really good one. I do like that a lot.
It does, which does get a call back at the ending in some sense, which I'll get to specifically. Mm-hmm. But it's just like we're here to carry the load off. It's just like that's some good Cloud and Barrett dynamic.
Yeah. So it's like there are elements here that can work, but I just think that Shinra and Palmer section kind of muddies the pile way too much for me onto that. Is kind of the it's the one part I want to reach in and change things for me on that.
That said, if that moment did get you, which did do for some people, I'm at least glad that motion was there, even if it's not to its fullest potential.
But so I guess before we head off to Gongaga, what do you guys think of the Dune Buggy second half of Corral?
It was a fun way to explore the desert, and also finally being able to do the final part of that Johnny quest.
Yeah.
That one was driving me nuts for so long that I couldn't complete it on that. But I think it's fine until like you get caught onto something. I think the one problem I have is the process of summoning the car, get into the car, drive the car around, the animation of getting out of the car, get the thing, go back into the car. It's that animation build up does kind of add up overall onto that. As Dutchman also brings up, did you guys struggle on the King Tonberry fight in this area?
Not really. The thing I struggled with was realizing how exactly stealing the crown for the pristine one worked.
Buggy is good. Buggy
is good. Okay, so we reach Gongaga.
This is my favorite chapter in the game. Gongaga is my favorite chapter.
It's my least favorite area in the game. Not chapter specifically, but I hate how Gongaga is designed on
let me rephrase. The Gongaga chapter is my favorite for story in the game. Gongaga is like my second least favorite area in the game.
I always describe this. Gongaga is Ypsilanti, Michigan for this. Everything is a one-way street with no way to go back on it. And it drives me up a wall exploring this area onto it. Because I feel like I'm fighting the map more than anything onto it.
What for me, once I understood once I saw the mushrooms and how they worked, and saw how they were labeled on the map, I was able to read it better. But yeah, no, that map is confusing first time.
Yeah,
I feel we can agree that the mushroom side quest is the most side quest of the game.
Yeah, it's not a great one, but so this was another interesting area when it came to Remake, because Gongaga is a optional area in the original 7. You don't need to come here at all. onto it. So this is where you kind of can just get some stuff about Zack and like for it, which an interesting change that they do in this version is that they bring in a Crisis Core character for.
Hi, Cisne! Holy
Cisne!
shit! We got to see you again. You didn't disappear into the ether.
Yeah.
Holy shit!
I kind of forgot about her for the original Crisis Core because Crisis Core was years ago for me, so I like blocked her from my memory. It's like, oh yeah. The one thing I'm gonna be honest, I hate her design. To do it for me because it's like
Is it the belt?
It's the belt for one thing, but it's also kind of the thing of where it happens with a few characters. Nomura designed later in his career, kind of deal onto it, like around I'd say about the Aqua or so like your Aquas or stuff like that, where it's like the design, like at first it looks cute and stuff like that. But then you start looking at it, and your brain starts to think of how the fuck does the outfit work onto that, and it's like the more you look at it, the worse it gets at that point, kind of deal. When you're breaking down how does it actually work as an outfit, kind of thing, onto that.
I like it. I mean, I think like yeah, there is the issue where like you go like when you go and you look. The more you look at it, the more you're like confused. But I think just on like a surface level, I think it's fine.
It's just so once you see it, you can't unsee it, kind of deal. Sort of
poor
thing
sis,
on that.
poor sister. She has no sense of fashion because of her Turk life.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? They all wear suits. They were fly as fuck.
She's trying not to look like a Turk. She's undercover. Shish.
So, yeah, you kind of get the sense that Gongaga's been kind of separated from most of Shinra's BS besides a broken down reactor kind of deal that Shinra comes in and they swoop in to get stuff for. So we'll talk about the scene afterwards for a while, but what you guys think of the whole Gongaga reactor kind of sequence for you guys overall?
Fuck the boss fight with the guys.
Yeah, thank you.
Fuck that fight.
The machine fight drove me up a wall with Yuffie, Aerith, and Tifa onto that. That was probably one of the hardest fights in the game. On that
funny enough, I don't recall having that much trouble with that fight myself. So I don't know what about our strategies was different enough to where that was different as a perspective.
I think it's mostly because you have two projectile users and Tifa onto that. I just think the party comp is not really designed to handle that fight kind of deal onto it. But so this. Okay, I got a few story complaints, admittedly, with this section, because I think this is when the Sephiroth gaslighting really starts going on during this part. Because, okay, the part that I do love is when, Cloud's getting fucked up in the head, Sephiroth starts talking to him, and then there's this shot where he's holding the Buster Sword like the Masamune. At that point, oh no. Oh, no.
That's where it's like shit.
I think my problem though with this is kind of my problem for about the last half of the game onto it. I think they play the Cloud getting mind controlled game card way too much onto it. I think it needs to be a much subtler blow up because, like, literally, I think they do like the big oh fuck shot way too early. And that's this one where basically, like, he stabs the guy and then there's, like, blood on Cloud's face. At that point, honestly, that's the part you save for Temple of the Ancients with this idea.
Yeah.
Which they did effectively repeat in Temple of the Ancients.
But that's why I don't like it, because they already played that card at that point, kind of.
Yeah,
it feels redundant by then.
Yeah. Like, as much as I do love... I really do love the whole scene, but... going back and looking at it, I'm like, yeah, the whole stabbing him and blood splattering everywhere. I'm like, that should have been saved for Temple of the Ancients.
If you want the same scenario to happen, they should just play it a bit more safe, which it just looks like more like Cloud is like having a headaches and stuff, and that's when scene starts to play out.
Especially because, okay, this is the part where Sephiroth, I don't know why he's so fixated on this scar for the crux of his argument on this with Tifa. Because it's like it so goes on, like, she doesn't have the scar. Like, it can't be Tifa kind of do. And Tifa's just like, bro, right here. It's like, no.
Yeah, Seph's like, oh, she has the scarf.
Oh, shit.
Sure.
I-
No, she doesn't. No, she doesn't.
Genova!
I will say I do love like when he's like in full on control at this point. He recites the thing about Genova that Sephiroth was telling him in on the boat to Costa del Sol.
Yeah.
Where he's talking about, like, Genova will take the form of those we hate and those we love. So I see that as like, oh, okay, Sephiroth, you unintentionally got Cloud to confess. Good job, dipshit.
But it did just feel like a little, like, okay, you're stretching a bit on it felt like one of the more kind of, I think this whole section kind of feels more one of the forced story moments for me into the game onto it. Mostly, I wish they saved this for Temple of the Ancients is kind of my big problem. Don't make this the halfway point on this.
Like isolated is a neat scene, but story context-wise, it should have really been done later.
I would like to say, according to the development stuff, the original ending for this part was going to be this part right here. Because
damn it, Sophie, you took it right out of my... I was going to bring that up. I was going to bring it up.
For what exactly, Onto?
For when
so this whole... Go ahead. Are you sure? You sure? Okay. So God damn it.
Go.
Okay. All right. Okay. So, the whole sequence with with Cloud getting taken over and him pretty much pushing Tifa off into the Mako and then getting eaten by the weapon. That was originally supposed to be the end point for the game.
Oh.
What?
Yeah, that was gonna be where they were gonna end things off, and I'm like, I'm really glad they didn't do that.
I think because if it was like Midgar and this combined,
so
if it could be, but I don't see if it was just part 2. That is not enough meat in that game.
I think for one, I don't think that idea stick for very long, but I think the original idea they were going for is that since Aerith's death was already noticeable on that front, they wanted to have a situation to where we like, oh shit, is Tifa gonna die kind of idea. But clearly they realized like, oh yeah, this is not a good idea, and they just like continue forth.
Problem with that is that there was definitely speculation that Tifa might die instead of Aerith, even though I'm just gonna be I was team pro Aerith has to die. Like, there's no scenario where Aerith can live onto that for 7 to work onto it. But the problem is, you can't do a major character death halfway through the game onto that, because I'm like, oh, bullshit, no, you ain't. And this is a problem I see a lot of writers fall into, especially in RPGs, because like it's so rare that you actually lose a character permanently, and unless it's like you can really, really sell it onto that, if it's especially if it's only at the halfway point, I'm like, nope. That character has plot armor until the very end of the game onto that kind of deal. So,
like, part of what
this is the one where I saw past what the writing was. It's my meta brain took over during this section kind of deal.
Part of what made Aerith work so well in OG is, one, it's like one of the only times it ever happened in an RPG at that point, and two, it was at the end of a disc.
Yeah, onto that's one of the big moments onto that. But yeah, I don't think this is quite worked, but it is this is the interesting part about this, because Tifa essentially gets her half of the Cloud mental breakdown now at this point onto it, which is interesting because she now has a lot of information that she did not have back in OG7, because she basically has her entire Nibelheim time flash back to her, and a little bit of Cloud onto that too, and now she knows a lot more about what's going on with the planet and weapons now at this point. So this is like Tifa now has information that I think is going to play a big part into part 3, where she is going to have to essentially be the leader of the team for a while because of reasons onto that. So.
Yeah, that's going to be a fun section.
Like it's such a unique addition to further strengthen some stuff for later, and of course it leads to probably one of the best scenes in Rebirth.
One of the best? I'm gonna be on the team. This is honestly hands down my favorite scene in all of Rebirth.
Such a good scene.
Is the Cloud and Tifa scene after the reactor on this.
So Tevi's away for a bit, so I'm just gonna
he's away. Okay.
Yeah,
we're talking about the big moment for her.
It's such a nice payoff of the stage of just Cloud and Tifa trying to discuss things, but just keep putting their guards up, and then Tifa kind of having a full understanding of a childhood memory that she kind of like blocked out, and that's when they finally start to open up.
For me, I think my favorite part about this is, like, I'm thinking about it, I don't think Cloud has ever been, like, this vulnerable in anything, honestly, of his life as a character in any media.
Yeah.
Never really had a moment this kind of open and vulnerable. Like, I think the, moment of, like, Tifa talks about, about her childhood kind of deal, and, like, I think he's kind of bracing for the moment that says of that, that he did it, that Tifa didn't really think much of Cloud, and it's just like, he's like, okay, I'm ready for it, hit me, kind of deal onto that is like, I love it so much.
I think the closest he's ever been to this vulnerable was when they were in the live stream in the OG.
Yeah, that's like the closest that he ever has been, but again, it's one of those, like, you would never have this scene with Cloud, like, before Remake happen on that.
Yeah.
Like, that would not happen. Also, Tevi, hi. We're talking about the scene for you. Go off, King. Go.
Okay. Oh, okay. This scene right here, like, this is legit, like, why it's my favorite chapter in the game. Just, Cloud and Tifa they get to have their little heart-to-heart, and it shows how much chemistry they really have and how understanding they are of each other. And, like, all the, like, subtle little things that you notice. And I felt so bad for Cloud, because he's just like, man, I almost killed my best friend, and I'm gonna turn into, like, a dork with a cape on, and it's just gonna suck. And the entire time, Tifa's just like, that's not gonna happen. You've saved my ass I don't know how many times. Let me go for a spin. And then they get just right there. And then Yuffie's just like, yo, you gonna fuck?
Yeah, like hearing Yuffie and Kate just eavesdropping out of suspense was glorious.
I do also like the idea that this keeps bringing in, because there's been a big thing in the Remake series in particular about Genova's cell decoration.
Degradation.
The degradation.
Yeah. And basically, Cloud's just like kind of the deal that it's not even like of just like Sephiroth controlling him. That's a whole other thing. But it's like, even if like we beat him, I don't think I'm going to be like around.
Yeah, I'm fucked either way.
Yeah, like my fate is sealed onto that kind of deal. And that reassurance for Tifa is just like, yes. It's like I feel like for me, it's with Cloud and Tifa. In the original game, it's like the like I can go either way with them, and then you get back to the live stream. It's like, oh, I remember why I shipped these two so hard onto it. And like Remake, it's pretty damn consistent the whole way through on this.
Yeah,
one.
I will say I am Cloud and Tifa's strongest soldier, and I will be till the day I fucking die. Like these two are made for each other. Like that, like, damn, I can't believe Tifa Lockhart is the only person that Cloud Strife has ever kissed. Crazy, right?
Also, Reap, why are you getting way into these two's love lives? So, right, worried.
But I think also for Gungaga, we got one more side quest to talk about here. We gotta talk about the chicken
Oh,
side quest.
we gotta
Chicken.
talk about. So the actual side quest, dog shit.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah,
the fact that the
side quest,
quest is
dog
like
shit.
the actual quest itself is bad makes the punchline 10 times more funny on that.
Yeah.
Like it's way. Okay, so for context for people that haven't played the game, there is a woman in the village who all of her chickens got out. So you. Oh, by the way, I also recommend doing this after you visit Cosmo Canyon because it's 10 times funnier. Um, so you and Red work together to get all the chickens back into the coop. And then by the time that you're done, the lady's like, "Oh, thank you for getting all of my chickens back together. But, I gotta make you a reward." And then she picks up a chicken, it cuts to black, and the Cloud and Red are just walking out like morbidly depressed, and the game over music is playing. She fucking killed that chicken.
Say goodbye, Pipoli!
Tevy, it's not just that it cuts to black, it's that as she picks up the chicken, they start to catch on, and she just goes, "Say goodbye, Pippity," as you just hear menacing music as it fades to black.
It's just the FF7 game over. So yeah.
This is just like it's
So,
such a
holy
severe
shit,
mood
I was
whiplash.
not prepared for this at all.
Did I feel we did something terrible, Cloud.
So,
I think we fucked up, Cloud.
so before we head off to the next area at this point, kind of a big change happens now because we get basically a brand new Sid showed up, which we kind of knew for a long time. That they cannot do Sid how he was in original 7. That is just not going to fly anymore.
so-
at this point.
Okay, so I need a little bit of context because Sid is a character I'm only familiar with Kingdom Hearts, and I don't know if that's anywhere near how he's portrayed in 7.
Not at all.
Not
So,
at all.
please,
No.
So,
Please-
Tevy,
Please enlighten me.
So, Tevy, did you ever watch the abridged series? Okay, so that can't use that as a baseline.
So basically,
So, okay.
the whole thing is that Sid's original backstory is that he was a Shinra pilot that was going to go off to space at this point, but the life support system on his ship malfunctioned, and where one of the researchers basically tried to get onto the ship and tell him to stop it, like even seconds before launch, and he eventually had to do it, and he grew bitter as fuck from it and treats her like shit onto that. He's essentially a wife beater onto that for the original.
Oh,
It's like they cannot do that Sid anymore.
They can, yeah, they can do that again.
Yeah, so the reason I bring up Abridged is they spun that in a way to where now is like, outwardly he is abusive to her, but like in private, he's the sub.
It's a take on to that, but
I mean, there's some interesting discussion when talking about what we think about Sid when think of OG, and essentially the biggest thing is that technically this Sid is not far off, since this is more of the Sid after Rocket Town, so it's kind of like they're saving all this stuff for Rocket Town. So in that sense, you don't see Sid at his worst yet.
I definitely think, because the idea I have with this Sid now is they're kind of pushing this Sid to be the Han Solo of the group kind of deal. Is the definite
Which
vibe
I'm okay with that.
that
I'm
getting,
okay with
which
that.
I like that. I also think it's a brand new lore that we get, that he actually maybe kind of had a fling with Aerith's mom onto that. Like, that's like, how's she doing kind of deal. I was really good friends with her, and Aerith says that she died a long time ago. She's like, oh shit, onto that kind of deal. So, and that kind of like sets him back and basically agrees, like, you know what, she was a really good friend of mine. I'll help you guys out however you can, kind of deal onto it.
That decision was made clearly just so Sid has a linkage to Aerith, because you know why.
Yeah, because we don't. That's one of the things, we don't have Rocket Town in this version, because usually it's Rocket Town before we head off to like Temple of the Ancients and Gold Saucer second visit.
Yeah, Yeah, the placement of Rocket Town for part 3 is gonna be very interesting if they want to make it work.
Because I could either see it happening before Northern Crater or after Northern Crater, potentially, because they can flex where that could be, potentially, this time
Yeah.
I
around.
mean, I like the idea that after Northern Crater and that people get arrested, the party kind of splits off of each other, and that's when Sid's lowest moment happens with Rocket Town.
Yeah, I could see that definitely being the case,
Yeah.
right? Because Sid and Vincent are kind of in the position that Red 13 was, where they're not quite playable characters yet at this point, but they're still have to travel along. I think it helps better for Sid than it does Vincent, but we'll get to him later.
Yeah.
It's hard to really say too much about this Sid because we don't know a whole lot about him yet, and he's pretty clearly different than his original version on that.
Yeah.
So.
I will say I do. I gotta reveal a really dumb moment on my part.
Yes.
So I think this is all the way back in like chapter 3 or chapter 3 for Junon. When what's the Crisis Core, not the Crisis Core, Ever Crisis character that they reintroduced into this, the guy in the cloak? Glenn. Yeah, I felt really fucking stupid because they didn't show his name in the subtitles. And here I am sitting here. I'm like, oh my god, is this Sid? And I'm just sitting here. I'm like, why does he have like teleportation powers? Like, what the fuck is happening? And then we see actual Sid, and I'm like, wow, I'm a literal dipshit.
You know, I never touched Ever Crisis, so Glenn was a complete wild card.
Yeah,
to me.
I was like, where the fuck did this guy come from on that?
Yeah, I know we were talking about like, you know, where they could put Rocket Town, for part 3. I also want to see where they're going to put Wutai as well, because for this game, they had Gungaga as a mandatory chapter, but that was like you could skip that area if you wanted to in the original, I believe, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wutai was also optional of it because you yourself was optional onto it. I think Wutai stuff is going to be after Meteor. I think onto.
Oh, you think after Meteor?
Because I think we're gonna say the thing. I think Meteor is going to be the closer of Act 1 in
Oh, I can see that.
in the next
Really?
because too much of the game, too much of the post game kind of deal with the final part of Final Fantasy VII is all dealing with the fact that Meteor is in the sky and it's coming down and how everybody is reacting because of that kind of deal. So.
Oh, I just realized what you meant. Not Meteor crashing being the end of Act 1.
In the sky.
Meteor being in the sky as the end of Act 1. Fucking moron. Come on, man.
But yeah, so from there we head off to Cosmo Canyon on this part. So and again, not exactly one of my favorite places to traverse onto that just because of all the cliffs and stuff like that, but I absolutely love Cosmo Canyon itself. I think they nailed this area, and making it like this tourist location was such a good call onto that.
The remix of Cosmo Canyon in the town is beautiful.
Okay, I need to ask, how did you all react with the voice change suddenly?
Oh, I was so fucking confused for a second. I was like, what?
Like we like they were teasing it a bit earlier, so I was wondering, okay, what's going on with his voice here? And then when it comes out during Cosmo Canyon, I was like, oh, okay, I see.
So
I feel like it got.
Oh, sorry.
I feel like it got reverse chill chucked.
So
Watch Dungeon
yeah.
Machine.
Apparently, from what I hear, this was a thing in the original Japanese script that never really made it into the English translation, which, to be fair, the game had no voice acting, so I can see why this be a hard thing to really portray the deal in the original. But yeah, no, just the idea that was just all a voice that Red 13 was coming up with was definitely a Okay, but after a while, I didn't really even think of the new voice after.
I have seen people are seems to be there are surprisingly some mixed reactions regarding like the voice change. I think it's like specific. I think it's like specifically of like the full like change of Red's personality after this.
Yeah, I can see that kind of being a thing for that, especially because a lot of the change is implied to be after the trial kind of deal, which he only really had that with Barrett in this. So
Yeah. Speaking of Barrett, I love his reaction to
Yeah.
Red's voice because Red runs off and, and Barrett's just like, "Hey guys, the hell was that about?"
She, like,
But yeah, also one thing I do like with the whole thing is it's a great way to show off Max Middleton's range, because if you did not already know his role as a Ryuji, like the deep voice to the kid voice is insane.
You can definitely hear the Ryuji in the new voice for sure onto that.
Oh yeah,
See, I didn't even think about it, but once I started looking at the voice actors and like, okay, who did what? Okay, where's this guy from? Huh?
Ryuji. You're
But,
getting the W's.
So yeah, we meet up with Bugenhagen at this point. Admittedly, I think they kind of gave Bugenhagen a bit of a weird arc for him, where
He's a boomer.
yeah, I guess it's just weird because I feel like Bugenhagen is a kind of character that doesn't really need an arc for him onto
yeah.
that. It
Side
just
note,
felt like a weird it felt a little forced inclusion. Not big in the grand scheme of things, but you know, like.
Side note, as someone who was ahead of you during your stream runs, it was hilarious hearing you go, I can't wait for us to get to Bugenhagen. He's going to know so much shit. Me having already gotten past this point, about that.
Because Bugenhagen knows so much about the live stream and shit, and with our whole like multiverse theory that would go, I just kept going, like, if anybody is gonna know about what the fuck is happening with this alternate timeline shit, I feel like it has to be Bugenhagen onto that.
And then
I think the people that knew kind of deal we're down to Aerith, Hojo, Bugenhagen. I think they're the ones that could identify what the fuck is actually going on with the whole remake timeline. Otherworld shenaniganery.
And then Bugenhagen's like, what the heck are you talking about?
1 out of 3 isn't terrible.
I think 2 out of 3 on that. So,
Yeah.
but
Well, I will say, I didn't really like Bugenhagen at first, just because like when he had Cloud, Aerith, and Tifa up in the observatory and they were going through stuff, and something I think we haven't really talked about yet is the weapons. But when they hear the screams and Tifa is just like, okay, yeah, that was a weapon. Bugenhagen's just like, no, you're wrong.
That's what I'm talking about, of like the weird arc that they gave him in this version. That was not in the original at all for that. I think this just kind of felt forced onto that.
Yeah,
I don't think Bugenhagen's the kind of character that needs an arc, because he's there as a vessel for 13 on that,
So can I don't know if you guys talked about it when I was gone for a couple of times. Can we talk about the weapons real quick? Because I think
we didn't really bring them up before.
Yeah, because something I think Pat was telling me about when I was first playing the game, the weapons show up way sooner than they did in the original.
Because weapons basically show up in the original when Meteor's about to come down in there, because they are basically the planet going like, okay, all right, we need to get shit done like right now, kind of deal on that. And I guess it's because of Sephiroth's presence kind of deal that the planets are over kind of deal already early on.
Yeah, and obviously we have the whole part where the weapons like are in the live stream, like helping some of the whispers go against Sephiroth's whispers, and then motherfucker just tries to kill one, and I'm like, you dick, this is a baby. It's a baby weapon.
I like that he struggles in trying to cut him in half. It's something that's strong, almost as strong as Sephiroth. You can't even guess. Okay. But yeah, that's a
but
baby. Go away.
yeah, I think it is really interesting. It's like, okay, yeah, like if the weapons are being introduced now, shit's gonna be like really fucked.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So then we have Red's trial. Admittedly, I feel like this was probably. I think this or Temple of the Ancients was definitely the dungeon. I was like, okay, this is going on way too long.
Yeah.
To
No,
that.
I would argue that this was the dungeon that went on too long, because at least with Temple of the Ancients, like it's the final dungeon, so sure it can be long, but but Red's trial, I'm just like, can something like happen,
Yeah, and I mean
please?
it's basically the same thing that kind of happens in the OG for that. I do like the detail that Barrett never calls him Red after this will only call
Yeah.
him by Unagi after it.
Yeah,
Nanaki.
Nanaki, sorry,
Nanaki.
sorry. But yeah, it was a really nice thing. Now, okay, that's all nice and go. Let's talk about the gi.
Oh boy.
This is
Ooh.
easily one of the biggest changes from it that I like. I like this change
Oh,
a
yeah.
lot onto it.
Because like in OG, the Gi were just kind of there.
Yeah, it was just kind of a random boss you fought and you didn't think about it and you moved on to it. This version is basically telling us that the Gi are responsible for the black materia onto that, which is such a cool idea.
Oh yeah, like it's a change to the lore, but it's a change to the lore I like.
And basically that because that they weren't part of the live stream kind of deal, the Cetra basically sealed them away to try and figure out some kind of way to help them, sort of deal. But then all the Cetra died out, and then no one knew where they were, so now they hate the Cetra because of that. And this might be getting into endgame stuff. It is implied that the Gi are in one of those separate other worlds kind of deal. Onto that, they are secluded in one, and they have the one singular black materia of like any kind of timeline stuff. There's like that out of all of that. There seems to be one definitive black materia, and it's from them onto that.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, the Gi entirely was just a really cool section onto it. It's easily my favorite part of Cosmo Canyon.
If I recall, the most they wore in the original lore was that they were the ones fighting Nanaki's tribe, right?
Yeah, that was
It was
that's
like this
basically
weird
it.
like arc only villain. Here it's like it's actually like it's like, oh yeah, where did the black materia came from?
Because beforehand, I think it was just mentioned it was one of the materia created by the ancients for some fucking reason.
Yeah, onto that.
Yeah.
This one just makes a lot more sense. Onto that.
It's a better context. Just having like, you have the holy materia, which all Cetra, and then the black materia. Just fuck you, fuck you, ancients. Die.
Yeah.
So yeah, the Gi trying to create a materia specifically so they can finally get the sweet release of death is a really cool touch.
Yeah. I know we haven't talked about proto relics for a while. The corral one you just had to come back later and be able to do that. I forget which one was Gogaga's.
Gongaga's was the training simulators.
Oh right,
Yeah.
right, yeah. Now we got to talk about the one for Cosmo Canyon onto it and Field Trip Central time.
Oh my god! What a fucking tearjerker! Like getting to see like where Tifa got the idea for the Cosmo Canyon. Actually getting the salt from Cosmo Canyon and just getting to see more of the characters themselves, like seeing more of their interactions, and just confirming what we all thought. Just like, okay, yeah, Wedge is just dead. Just like
it's
really
weird that
like
they left
like,
that
it's
one
brutal.
ambiguous onto that in Remake.
I mean, I always figured he was straight dead given how high up he was when the Whispers pushed him out the window.
Considering that we had the Biggs, fake at the end of the game in Remake was definitely they didn't show a body kind of deal onto that, so
It's like the Whispers be like, we did it! We saved the timeline! No, you didn't.
yeah.
You didn't.
But yeah, no, I love that, and I think it again expresses the whole theme of FF7, which is basically loss onto that. Every character has
Yeah.
kind of lost something along the way, and they keep making big Jesse and Wedge such a big prevalent part when. Yeah, let's be honest. After Midgar, you kind of forgot them in the original onto that.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, and
I love
they
that.
they give them more significance, and I love that.
Yeah,
Going back to the scene Tevy mentioned earlier with the Cosmo Canyon drink, I still just love Bear's reaction of like, we really think we can do the expense for salt? Hands him it. Yeah, we gotta go.
So good. The part I know a lot of people didn't like is the actual minigame attached to.
Oh my god, I fucking hate that minigame so much.
Okay, I like the minigame. I had a guide for it though. It was the thing. Like,
Yeah.
I think there should have been presets for it to actually get people through the minigame because I think it is a little too complex, but it gave me the strategy element that I was missing from Fort Condor, and that's why I liked it onto it. I think it should have been better handled, but I liked it more on that.
I just thought it was just a little bit too much all at once. It was weird. It was boring and frustrating at the same time. And I don't know how that's possible. But I didn't like it. I'd rather take Fort Condor of that minigame anyway, because at least with Fort Condor, I kind of know what I have to do.
But yeah, so after Cosmo Canyon, I believe is Nibelheim at that point.
Nibelheim.
Yes. On the note, Predator Alex, actually, since we didn't really mention it, what was your guys' reaction to seeing the bandits come back in the first region?
Oh, I was like, oh, all right.
It was fun. It was funny.
I do love the entire idea that this is all related around Gilgamesh, which I think was really fun to do.
Yeah,
for
no,
that Gilgamesh was not in the original 7 onto that.
Yeah,
so.
just me collecting the pro. I was like, oh yay, bandit subplot. This is fun to see this because I can't wait to see who he's coming across. Why are you here?
Gilgamesh, Greg.
So,
I do like this version. I think Chadley does actually end up in the whole flashbacks, and he's just running like a scary like guy. Dude, you're a hologram. It's not gonna hurt you.
Yeah, Chadley accidentally pissed off Gilgamesh was hilarious.
Man. Fuck, I had something. Now it's gone. Okay. Well, yeah. Now we're on Nibelheim. Jumping the gun a little bit here, because obviously there's some stuff that happens before we. Well, actually, no. Let's cover the stuff that happens in Nibelheim first before we get to.
I love the change that they make to like the fake Nibelheim city because you originally you had people just kind of going around, basically. Shipra employees going around acting like nothing ever happened in Nibelheim for that, which always seemed very weird to me of how long they could keep that up for. Kind of deal onto the. It always seemed a little weird. I love the fact that now it's basically just been changed to a town that they help for anybody that it basically has a reunion kind of deal going on. For I think it's a great change onto that, and just kind of is a I just think an even more kind of twisted version of what Nibelheim has become for Cloud and Tifa when they get to there for it. I love that change, and it just makes so much more sense in continuity for me onto that.
Yeah, because like Shinra does a lot of fucked up things, but there's no way they'd have been able to actually cover up a town for that long realistically.
Yeah, it's like they have to have some kind of realistic PR to sell people on shit kind of deal on that.
The goal that they still rebuild the town like literally the exact same too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because like Nibelheim did have a tourist thing to it. It had the whole mountain climbing thing and all that. Like Tifa was an actual official guide.
Yeah. But there's one moment I really want to talk about, and it's the water tower in Nibelheim.
The water tower scene with Cloud and Aerith.
Yeah, so you can do that, and Cloud like look through Tifa's window, kind of deal like that, and they talk about their past, and just I think a fantastic character moment for Aerith, where basically you can tell she's kind of getting a little jealous, and you think it's about a love triangle thing, but it's more of Aerith talking of like, you actually got to have a childhood friend, and I never had that kind of deal, and I don't want you to keep talking about it because then I'm going to get jealous at you, and that's not fair, kind of thing.
Yeah.
But it's just it's really good character building for Aerith, and hits like 10 times closer because it's like, oh man, we're getting close to Temple of the Ancients at this point, kind of deal.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, they're priming, it's coming, it's coming.
Like it's the little bits like this that, like, again, like I was talking about earlier, like these little moments between Cloud and Aerith, like how they're developing more of their friendship, how close they've gotten over this short period of time, and having more moments like this really just twists the knife in you when it happens in Temple. Also, I just like how there's at one point where she kind of teases Cloud about him coming up to the water tower to look into her room and to see her. And he's just like, no, I didn't. Shut up.
Again, he can't win with this girl at all.
Nope.
When it comes to Aerith.
Anyway, the moments like you go to the hotel and then the flickering starts happening, like
yeah. Also,
here we come.
going back to like chapter 1 real quick, because I realized we didn't bring them up at all. Young Cloud meeting Zangan.
Oh yeah, that was a good one. The moment I want to talk about from Nibelheim, I totally forgot. I can't believe I didn't put this in my notes, but there's one detail I particularly love. You see a Shinra grunt right on the floor, like putting his hand up to one of the burning buildings, and it's like, oh.
No, cause like I don't know if you remember this, but you can hear him say call out for his mom.
It's just like, oh, it's the same exact angle for it. It's like, yes, 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 yes. Suffer good.
Suffer, not Cloud.
Yeah, that's great. But then we head up towards Shinra Manor at this point to investigate into there, and you.
Well, do we go to the manor first, or do we go to Mount Nebel
actually,
first?
no, hold up. I want to back up because we got a little sidetracked. We need
the Zack.
The Zack. Where
Oh yeah, we got
one of the
Zack.
biggest changes in this version of the story. Cloud knows who Zack is, which is pretty much the main end game twist of the game is already revealed at this point.
We aren't even supposed to know a Zack yet.
Yeah,
OG.
well, it's like, but Cloud knows it, and that is way different at this point onto it. So it's one of those. I love the moment where he talks with Tifa, and it's like, I remember who Zack is. It's like, oh yeah, he died in the river when we get like, oh, so close yet so far onto that kind of deal.
It's like literally it's the bit from from the Mario Tennis Ultra Smash video from Scott the Wise, which is just like, I remember who Zack is. Yeah, he was the grunt that died in the river. Fuck you.
But yeah, I'm trying to think of when's the best time to talk about our boys. That I guess right at the end. Best time.
I'd say like right before we start, like right before the final couple of boss fights. I think is probably the best.
So I think at this point we, I think, pretty much head up to the manor at this point. If I remember.
Like the first
do,
the Nibelheim thing, and then the manor.
Yeah, first we go to the tower, which has some more of my favorite Cloud and Tifa moments in the game. It's like after you, I think it's either before the boss fight at the tower, or actually no, there is one moment I do want to talk about before that, where they go to the life spring.
Oh yeah.
when Cloud starts reciting Sephiroth's dialogue word for word, and you just see Tifa just like, oh shit.
Again, this is a moment of
and then she's just like, yeah, let's go. Come on, buddy.
Again,
Get
this
the
is
stick
kind of
pod.
one of those things that I don't think we need the Gongaga. I think just like smaller moments like this spread out kind of deal. I think we're doing better job, especially because I think there's one particular one near the end of the game I really want to talk about. But
It's like, okay, Kyle, let's get you to bed.
I think there definitely gets to a point. It happens so frequently that it's like, okay, guys, no, Cloud has a problem. Cloud has a fucking problem. How are you all not seeing it at this point? Kind of thing. Can't do it.
Yeah. And then we actually get up to the reactor. And we have the bits where like where both Cloud and Tifa like they almost start having panic attacks because obviously like Tifa sees the spot where her father died, and then Cloud sees the stairwell up to Genova's holding cell where he thought he saw Tifa die and where he fought Sephiroth. And just the little moments where like the respective other persons just coming up, just like setting a hand on their shoulder, just be like, hey, you okay? Just being there for them and just calming them down. I'm like, I love them so much.
Also, the Yuffie moment outside where she realized,
oh yeah.
Yeah, she realizes that people from Wutai were also sent here and like were never reported on, kind of deal. And that very soon there's gonna be a war breakout, kind of deal. And she's starting to like, really kind of question where does she kind of lie in the world now at this point for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, like her entire feeling of what her dynamic with her bosses got upended.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Again, one of those I can't see her betraying us anymore at this point. I really can't.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
But I think after that, then we head to Manor. At this point.
Then we go to the Manor. Yeah.
Fuck this Kate Civ section so much. Oh my god, this was one of the hardest parts of the entire game.
How did you make a haunted manor boring?
How'd you make a manor boring, and how do you make this block puzzle the most finicky shit in the world? I hate it so much. I hate it so much.
I just think of like Nico's part, like, oh my gosh, I actually found a game that's a part of the game that's kind of ass.
Yeah, I do remember that.
I still need to go through and watch his Let's Play.
I think it's also the Kate Civ section where you're alone and you have to fight two of the physical magic guys that swap in between.
Fuck that encounter so much.
Yin and Yang are just
probably
annoying
the worst
enemies.
Encounter in the game.
Yeah, it was not great onto that, but so let's fast forward to the part you're all really here for, us going into the basement of shit.
Holy shit, it's Matthew Mercer.
I could identify it was Matthew Mercer the instant he started talking.
Real quick, Dutchman. That broadcast happened, I believe, as they were leaving the manor.
Yeah,
I believe.
Oh, what, about war being declared on Wutai again?
Yeah.
Yeah, apparently Matthew Mercer did not know he was going to voice Vincent until the day of recording, because like he thought he was just going to voice some extras, and then when he said he was like, oh my gosh.
Beautiful.
It was great.
So Vincent's again kind of in a weird position because I feel like right now Vincent is the least changed character compared to like his older version, because I Vincent didn't actually change that much, admittingly, between the Advent Children cycle kind of deal.
Yeah, his character was already pretty set in stone there.
Yeah, so he's not quite that changed into it, so I need to see more from this. But I definitely think Vincent is probably the most awkward of, he's not really playable yet, so we can't really put him in the story too much kind of deal. There's definitely sections where I'm like, Vincent should be doing more at this point in the story kind of thing.
I'm just gonna observe quietly.
I do love how when you're in the final side quest hub part of the game, he just fucks off and they're like, great, another loner. Yeah, they are. Wait, do you mean me?
I do love this idea of the dynamic that Vincent is kind of showing Cloud how much of an asshole that persona of him used to be, kind of deal, and how much he doesn't actually want to be that kind of deal, which I think is just a great loop around for his character onto that. I did like the Vincent fight where it actually included his beast transformations and stuff like that. I think it was a really fun fight down to there. I am curious of where you guys think that what do you think of that Sid and Vincent are going to be like in the next game at this point with
That makes
how to
sense.
play them and stuff like that, you know?
Like Vincent, I can kind of already see how he'd play because he's a guy with guns who can turn into a monster. That you can see how that works. I'm curious how they're going to translate the whole Dragoon thing Sid had into this.
He's gonna jump all around like 14 Dragoon.
Yeah, can Vincent just be like Dante?
So my thing is, I think Sid, what they're gonna do is he's gonna be very air to ground kind of combo, where of like the whole idea is that you launch him up into the air, do an air combo, and then you bring him down for big damage. That's how I think they're gonna do Dragoon jump.
So like braver combos up to 11.
Yeah, kind of deal. And then for Vincent, I want him to be DMC 5 Dante, but very specifically, I want him to be the hardest to play character in the game kind of deal.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But specifically with it, is I kind of want them to do a sort of Dante triple S mechanic, where it's basically with his beast transformations, the better you perform in them, the more you can get out of the beast forms and stuff like that. So that's kind of where I want him to be, where Vincent is only as good as the person playing the character kind of deal, is where I think Vincent can fall into that spectrum of where the battle system's at right now.
I can see it being like he has a special like monster mode meter that fills up, and it fills up faster if your combos get better.
Yeah. Well, I think more that too, and I think specifically that the gauge stays up longer the better you perform in the beast form kind of deal onto that sort of thing. So, like, if you're really optimized, you could just potentially stay the entire battle in the beast form kind of deal.
Also unrelated, but just to pick up the Queen's Blow questline again, is that the idea that Vincent has the Emerald, which actually makes sense when you considered how old Vincent is, and he was probably like a prolific player in like the 70s or something. It just kind of went into hiding. Because,
Like,
plot stuff.
just him trying to work technology was great. And then Kate Smith just like jumping up on his shoulder, just pressing a couple of buttons. Like I cannot wait for all the interactions between Vincent and Kate Sith in the next game. It's going to be fantastic.
Like, considering like the most out there trying to play like a character that's should be very important to the plot, but isn't. I am very curious for part 3 with Vincent.
Because they gotta tie the part that I'm excited with, because Vincent is so tied to Sephiroth kind of deal and Hojo onto that. The fact that he's going to be mandatory now is going to make me really excited onto that.
I cannot wait to see how where they decide to put the Lucretia stuff.
Yeah, like I'm really excited on that. So.
Will Sephiroth actually meet his mom in this trilogy? I'm actually curious.
But yes, the last part before we leave to the manor. Okay, I thought Roche was gonna be safe for part 3 with this. I knew this was gonna be the arc they were gonna go with him, because they kept talking about the degradation for it, and it was like, oh man, it's gonna hit Roche first kind of deal onto it. That's how the character's going to end. But as soon as you get out the manor and you see him, like, oh no, we're doing it now.
So I was a little confused because they had a cutscene with Roche going in to do an operation with Hojo. Was that just like to pump him with more Genova cell, or what was that exactly?
To give him like enhanced soldier treatments.
Yeah, enhanced soldier treatments and stuff like that, because he was still nowhere near Cloud's level at that point.
I think the idea is he is aware he's degrading, so he kind of wants to go out on his own terms, and which is basically fighting Cloud.
Yeah.
Yeah. He is kind of he is sort of a reflection on the idea with soldiers that that they have no life after being a soldier onto that, and kind of tying a bit into Crisis Core. Everybody that's a soldier is fucking crazy onto that. It's kind of tying into that idea of that. Zack was the only normal person in Crisis Core. Everybody around him was an absolute maniac. And it's kind of tying that back into 7 onto that. But yeah, I was very sad to see Roche go.
Yeah, like when I got there and I saw how the fight was going, I was like, I gotta do this right. Finish him with a limit break to keep on it that way.
Yeah. So we're on the subject of the whole degradation thing, and since we're still talking about Nibelheim, what was the name of the guy at the inn in Calm?
Oh, Broden.
Broden, yeah. Oh, I was so heartbroken when it was doing the Proto Relic quest, and you see Broden just already converted. I'm like, no, man.
That one got me.
I liked him.
Yeah, and apparently if you hadn't done his quest yet, you'll just find one of his old employees there instead asking for help.
Which Nibelheim Proto Relic, like there is one aspect I want to talk about regarding something that hit me later when was exploring, but the Hojo and Chadley scene, in which my original idea is that he put some sort of like weird mind control thing that would have implemented like in like part 3 or something, which I found weird in that sense. But the more I went in more for theorizing, I think the actual implication is that the subject 7 he is experimenting on is the actual kid that Chadley was based on, and he's basically messing him up, trying to see him tick. So I'm just like, that will be the most fucked up reveal in part 3 if that actually happens.
Oh god,
yeah, that's messed up.
Because Andrew Chadley is basically experiencing the pain his real life self is enduring, and I'm just like, oh, that would be really cool, but also fucked up.
Yeah.
I mean, that's right in line with Hojo, though.
Yep.
So, looking at the time for that, what I think we're going to do, we're going to take a 5-minute quick break, bathroom break kind of deal, and then it's time for the end game at that point. So, strap it, everybody. We will see you in a few. So, yeah. We're back. Okay.
Whew.
So, at this point, moving back to where we were, so I believe it is second visit of Gold Saucer time.
Let's
Now?
go.
Yes.
Let's go.
So, let's go by what the general stuff is for this first before we get date by date specific onto this. So, pretty much that you turn in for the night, and there is going to be a play done over at the theater for the Gold Saucer. So you go there with your date, you all wear your augmented VR glasses kind of deal onto
Which
that.
the logistics of that place still kind of confuses me on how exactly that works for the audience.
Yeah, I'm kind of confused because it seems like they're just watching a video. So why are they at a play theater on that? But details on that. But first you see what I can only describe as deep fake Jesse being paraded around, which like I feel gross about all of this. Oh god, onto that.
Yeah.
But you get the much more fun Loveless play that happens right after
But
to that.
I'm so glad we actually get to say a version of Loveless in the games, because that was constantly mentioned in Crisis Core.
Yeah. Canon, if you didn't date any of the other girls, it's Aerith, or if you dated Aerith, she'll be like the main maiden in the play. If you go with Tifa, it's with Tifa, and Yuffie, it's Yuffie. For that, I specifically love the fact that if it's Yuffie, it makes it look like the dress is just a little too big for her. I love that detail.
I also love how she will basically go off script sometimes.
Yes.
Yuffie's portion is basically more so like you play the play more goofier in the OG script wise.
Mm-hmm.
And basically, it's just a rhythm minigame pretty much throughout. It's the one part I don't like about the date, admittingly, because if you want to see all the dates, you have to kind of sit through this minigame every time onto it. It's kind of annoying, but...
And that's why in the stream, we just kind of watch the YouTube upload.
Yeah.
It also doesn't... Also helps there are variations in the song that is easy to miss if you don't know about them.
Yep. There is a section... though, where I think you in the story you have to point to your love kind of deal, and you could do the maiden, or you could do to Red 13, which is a funny one. Barrett's is the funniest one though.
Barrett's is hilarious.
Just because he's thrown off guard so much, and he's like, wait, what?
Like, he breaks character. He's so thrown off.
It's so funny for him onto it. But oh yeah, I forgot to talk about, there's different reactions for after you see the Jesse part, for definitely the Barrett one is the one that hits me the hardest when it comes to that.
I'm gonna need you to clap for the both of us.
Yeah, that's really
Yeah.
good.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you do the Loveless play, and then the big part that was I remember from the last trailer of the game that I watched, which is Aerith's Promises to Keep performance onto it, which is super FF6 inspired onto that.
Oh, yeah.
From that,
Mhm.
100%. Which is a fantastic performance onto it, and that hits way more in the second half of the game when you go back to it, because once I listened to it, the song with the context of it being Omni Aerith singing it instead onto it, hits a lot harder at that point.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, what I love about it is that, like, it doesn't feel like a song, like it's a song that she's singing about a specific person. But and like obviously you can like infer however you will, but I think the developers that come out and said, like, yeah, we wrote it as a song where Aerith is expressing her love for all the people in her life and talking about all of her burdens as etc.
Mm-hmm.
And talking about like her regrets and stuff like that. I'm like, I think that makes the song way more impactful than just being a love song between one other person.
Yeah.
Which I realized I think speaking of which, I realized, did we talk about the Eris speech in Cosmo Canyon?
Oh no, we did it. We did it.
Yeah, I just realized.
Okay, we're gonna backtrack to it because I really love that part.
Like,
that's such a
yeah,
good
because I
sting.
feel that plays a big
honestly,
part
that's
of
the
how to
strongest part of
interpret the
Cosmo
song.
Canyon.
Yeah.
If you tell Aerith to shut up, you're a monster.
Oh God, no.
I personally like
I went for this. I tried going for the encouraging smile.
Yep, that's what
I
I went
like
for
the
as well.
smile.
But yeah, no,
But,
Aerith basically has she kind of talks at a fire pit about, of her responsibilities as etc. and of the weight that's kind of put onto her. And there's just this kind of calming moment where she can kind of just grieve and let it out. And it's just, again, it's such a good moment for Aerith's development onto this. Because, again, you're kind of, that second half of the game is just, that looming clock is coming at this point for Aerith for it. So there is a sense of dread building throughout all of it.
It's just like this poor girl. And like it also leads to it's a very good Tangled inspired lights. It's so pretty. But
But
yeah.
back to Gold Saucer. I know the moment that got everybody, regardless of what version of the song that you get, is there's a part of where the live stream kind of goes through and you see Jesse, Biggs, and Wedge.
Yeah.
Play. I was just like oh God. Oh.
So okay, so I was already kind of like tearing up a little bit during the whole song because like getting to listen to it for the first time and like all the cinematography and stuff like that, it was really emotional. And then once it showed the live stream coming in and then seeing Biggs, Wedge and Jesse, I broke down for like a good 5 minutes. I'm like, I didn't think it was gonna get me that hard, you know?
I guess also for the variations in this scene for it, I pretty much I like all of them for it, frankly, for different reasons. I like the Aerith one because there's definitely a sense of intimacy, and I think also, honestly, considering the part that happens at the end of the game, I think the song ties in a little bit better in this one. You get a good one with Tifa and Cloud, kind of just enjoying the moment together. Yuffie's is the funny one.
Yeah, I do like how for Cloud and Tifa's, there are some parallels to The Greatest Showman in there.
Yeah, I can see that on that.
Yuffie, think of stage selection direction. Careful, Yuffie, no.
Oh yeah, when she almost goes into sight lines and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Barrett's is my favorite.
My favorite one. The one where they just
grabbing you and rocking you back and forth
is so good.
And at that point, Claude's just like, all right, fine, I'll play along.
Like the one with Red 13 where you comfort him kind of deal. With the rest of the boys of just I think for me it's the Vincent just like keeps brushing it off like
what is this what is this emotion shit?
But okay, let's get to the part you all wanted to talk about, the dates on the Ferris wheel.
Let's save a specific one for last if we
So I mean, first off, there is the one where if you somehow didn't get anybody's where just no one wants to be there except for Kate Civ, and he's trying so damn hard.
He's doing his best.
He's trying his
best.
Trying. It's not working on that.
Vincent is just sleeping the entire ride.
I did like that as a comedic one for it. I think out of all of them, besides that though, I think actually Barrett's might be my probably bottom one out of all. Not that it was bad, but I feel like it's the least interesting out of them for me, probably.
Yeah, it's a good moment between the two, but I feel like it's also a moment that could have possibly happened in other things.
Yeah, like I don't think it needed to be Gold Saucer specific for a moment like that kind of deal.
It is nice of him talking more about his wife.
That totally won't get an emotional gut punch later on in the end. No, not at all.
So, yeah, Yuffie's was just adorable.
Okay,
Yeah.
real talk. I think Yuffie's is actually my favorite one. The more I keep watching it onto me,
Hers is my second favorite. I
Like,
love it. I love their dynamic so
I love
much.
the Crisis Core call back onto that. You know, there is a little bit of Yuffie having a bit of a crush on Cloud, but I think it is played in a very brother sister-esque kind of way. And oh my god, the energy between these two in the final part of it is so perfect.
Cloud fully playing along with the energy blast bit was just it was so good.
It was so cute. Oh my god, my heart melted on that. It was fantastic.
Whatever happens, just stays in the car and she runs off like a little.
Yeah, I love that bit. It's just like, you tell anybody about this, I will skin you alive.
I also love Red 13s as well. It has a very similar energy to Barrett's, but I think this one is just kind of executed better. One, he's so happy just being on the Ferris wheel.
Red just cutting loose a bit was great.
Yeah.
I
love the foreboding nature, though, where he's talking about Aerith very specifically onto him, like, don't let anything happen to her. And I won't. Like, shake on it. Oh my god, your paw is so soft.
They are soft.
Beautiful callback.
So
Beautiful callback.
It's so soft. What?
What?
I love the biggest what I really like about these is that, in the original game, it's very clearly Eris is the candidate. Like, there's pretty much no disputing that onto it.
Yeah.
I think they make these where a lot more of them can feel like any one of these could work onto it.
I think that was the intention, because one of my biggest worries about the affinity system was that, like, it was kind of be like taken in the wrong way, where people were gonna kind of like assume, oh, this is like a dating simulator. No, this is like all these results are like, this is just how Cloud would act in these situations. Like,
Yep.
Like, it's not your choice of what Cloud does in these states. It's Cloud's choice, because I think that's the big issue. I think a lot of people kind of forget when playing Final Fantasy VII is Cloud is not the self-insert. He is his own character.
Yeah.
So like the decisions he makes and the things that he does, that is him. That is not you. So
so now let's talk about that Proceed Canon one with Aerith onto it, which I love this specific version of it, because
it's so good.
Cloud Aerith has always kind of had the stag of the big Z-man in the middle of all of this kind of deal.
Yeah.
Where it's heavily implied that Aerith sees a lot of Zack in him. And it's kind of always had this trouble that she only sees Zack and not Cloud kind of deal. Which, she admits to the fact that she really wants Cloud to actually open up to her more. Kind of deal. But I think this version really threads that line and making it work. Of Aerith just going like, no, like, I stopped seeing Zack after a while, and now I start seeing you kind of deal. And I don't know, we'll get to the Tifa one. I think I like this one more personally, because I feel like this one just feels so much more intimate to me onto it. I don't know. I think this one really hit in a lot of ways that I think the original didn't quite hit with this dynamic onto it. It was like, oh, this is cute as fuck onto this for me.
Yeah. I do like how by the end Cloud's just like, okay, I'll play along for a little bit.
I joke about how Aerith's the one who she's the flirting, and Cloud is just like EXE, not compute, but it is really nice. It's like at the very end, he initiates the hand. Like, Aerith is like, okay, just for now, in case you're uncomfortable, but he initiates the hand holding.
Yeah.
Very nice. And I guess into comparison, there's like a nice parallel between with Cloud and Tifa, he's a lot more natural with her. With Aerith, there's just like that sense of like, it's complicated. Aerith's like, they want to open up, but it's like should they? Is it weird? Things like that. Like,
Yeah.
it adds with the tragedy a lot more spicy.
Mm-hmm. Yes. But okay, you all horny fights. Let's talk about the one you got. Let's talk about the one why you're all here for this section.
I don't like it. I don't like it because I'm horny. I like it because it's sweet. Shut up. So I think I think this was kind of something I didn't think anybody was thinking this was gonna happen at all.
I was waiting for part 3 for this to happen.
Yeah, I was expecting this in part 3. And I don't give a shit that this technically isn't canon, or maybe it is canon. I don't give a shit. They finally kissed, and I'm like, fuck.
And the build up to it, like them just talking everything out, just getting all their feelings out, and if I recall, it's Cloud who initiates it, right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
It's Cloud who goes in for a hug, and then he goes for a kiss in the intimate version of it. Admittedly, Touchman, that is kind of part of my problem, why I don't think the Tifa one is my favorite. It's like, the only thing I really remember from it is honestly the kiss to it. I feel like I remember more details about the other ones. So for me, those kind of hit more.
What I absolutely love about the part before the kiss is she's kind of talking about she's kind of I can't really think of a time where we've been this close. And then she starts to kind of the self-doubt starts to get in. She's like, okay, now am I getting ahead of myself again? And Cloud's just like, no, not one bit. It's just
where do we lie?
This smooth motherfucker. I know we're gonna get plenty of moments like this in part 3. But much like the live stream stuff and the stuff in Gungaga, this was a very nice preview. And of course, I giggled at the kiss. I can't help it.
I partially hope that in part 3 there's at least a nod to this scene. The scene, if it happens, at the least, because this is definitely more so long game kind of scene.
Yeah.
So,
Go ahead, Drive Force.
Figure I'd mention, by the way, just real quick, because I wanted to get Tifa for the scene because she's one of my favorite characters as well. But
same.
the fun thing for me is just because of the way side quests and shit lined up is I had Red as my first maxed character. So I was honestly worried I might end up getting Red first.
Apparently.
Let's talk about that for a second. I forgot to mention it when we were doing the first visit to the Gold Saucer. So you guys know me. I tried to get Tifa I love Tifa. She's my favorite character in the game. I wanted to take her to the Gold Saucer because she deserves the best. Why not? And so I'm sitting in the room, and then there's a knock on the door. I'm like, oh, I hope it's Tifa. I'm gonna open the door, and Aerith is just there waving at me. I'm like, oh,
stop it.
And then you decide to be an asshole.
Which I won't do that my next playthrough. But I'm like, look, Aerith, you're great, but I need that date with Tifa. It's like you understand, right?
Oh, yeah, Jojo. First off, yes, Cloud and Tifa will do the naughty things in part 3. That is actually canon. It is canon.
Look, it is canon. And if I end of the day, I don't think it's going to be. But
it ain't going to be on screen. No.
Look, I think it'll be maybe not as obvious as how they did it in 16 with Clive and Jill.
Oh no, God no! But there is a precedent.
I wouldn't be surprised if we get a toned down version of that.
I do think there is going to be a moment of getting onto the ship and everybody's going to be like, yeah, we all saw it. We didn't want to say
my brain's just now thinking of Mission Abridged with Red just on the ship yelling, "You guys fuck it!"
But one last
The
bit
Italian
about
Senate was lastly.
one last bit about the Tifa thing. It's something from Max's stream that I love.
Oh, God.
That he got that. And it's like when Cloud goes in for the hug, he was laughing at first because from the animation, it didn't look like he was going in for a hug. It looked like Cloud was going in for a firm handshake. Just keeps on making me laugh every time. Of like the one time he's not smooth move with Tifa, it's just like, huh?
No, I just because
Go ahead, Sophie.
your relationship with Chifa has changed. Yeah, think.
Oh, it had.
Which-
And I love the subtle little bits of animation, like right before the kiss, because if you squint, you can see both of them just like looking back and forth between their eyes and their lips. And I'm like, oh, they're so down bad. So down bad.
It's funny that the intimate version is literally the only difference is the kiss onto them compared to all the other ones on that. Which also makes the animation at the end a little awkward if it's not the intimate version, because Tifa's kind of on Cloud 9 and just like looking back at Cloud and Tifa, and they're like, that just happened. Let's go back to the group now. Yeah.
I just love how sheepish they both are when they get off the Ferris wheel.
Yeah. Kind of deal.
It's a perfect ending to it.
Yeah.
So I guess from
Like,
there,
these two little introverts love each other so much.
From there, we go to Kate giving off the keystone.
What do you think of the the change of what they did with Cave Civ in this part?
I don't know how I feel onto this one, because this is kind of my problem that I don't think they went far enough with Kate Civ in this compared to, like, say, something like Machina Bridge, where I think that's still the best version of the character for it. Where I guess they do a good job of, like, roping in the idea that he's kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place and has to give the stone away kind of deal onto it, but I don't think they do quite enough to push it further, I think, for me on it.
I think of a bright side for at this least, at this least, I think the biggest sticking point with Cave Civ for the OG is it basically, in order to get everyone to comply, was basically holding Marlene hostage, which was like, that was a moment that's like, that's pretty messed up, and the party never brings it up again.
Yeah.
So it's like, eh.
Yeah, like makes me glad that it was like, oh, we're gonna just earn this from Dio, not nice and fair and everything, and then the Turks fuck everything up.
Which, speaking of which, at the arena fight, you fight the Turks, and then fucking out of nowhere, you fight Rufus Shinra again onto that.
Rufus wants the salty run back.
Ages.
Me.
Yeah, the arena fight was fun onto that. I am thinking in the Wutai stuff, we're gonna get our final Don Carneo.
Oh yeah,
fight against it.
I swear to God, if he has a third god, if he brings out another goddamn Abzu during that,
shall we cut them off? I almost fill it with
There's
lead.
going to actually be a cutscene in part 3 of it happening. Watch out.
I will say with this, the way they did Case If at least gives the big, like, his quote-unquote like, take one for the team, but with the temple a bit more weight there. Like, I think it's played the right amount of, the right amount of trying to make up, and also, like, of course he's not gonna die kind of feel.
Yeah. Dutchman does bring up, I do love the fact for that arena fight that they do just bring up a bench and vending machine before
Yeah.
the fight is one of my favorite
This is gonna be a
jokes
fair
in that
fight.
section.
yeah, like Dio's just like, okay, this is my arena, we're gonna play by my rules.
But from that point, I believe, okay, it's time. We are in spoilaga sections of the game.
Do we want to talk any more about like the Gilgamesh stuff or?
Honestly, there's not much to talk about Gilgamesh. It's just the same.
I don't have anything. I don't have anything.
I mean,
to say.
the fight itself was good for it. I kind of wish it was a little harder since it's definitely pushed to be a super boss onto it. I kind of wanted to kick my ass a little bit more onto that, but.
It's like he's easy. Looks at Nico. It's like, oh my gosh, ah. But,
I was playing on dynamic, so I'm not sure really what happened on that. But
Leslie exists. I hope he finds his fiance in part 3. Also, I find it funny we never mentioned Kyrie at all.
What about Kyrie?
She made a quirky Merc song, and there is a nice moment with Yuffie at the end of the quest line, but it's like, it's alright.
I think she's just kind of my whatever character in the remake only characters.
It was hilarious every time in the stream she shows up. You're like, oh god damn it.
Just like this goes again. I did think my favorite one was probably the Costa del Sol one, where it's like they just put a hit on her. Like, why
are you doing this? What did I do wrong? Take over.
Fucked around and found out.
The Shinra manager conclusion is kind of cute.
Yeah.
He has a metal chocobo.
It's nice to see Muriel again.
I guess I think it was like Chocobo Billy had a nice conclusion. I did find it funny that for the majority of the game, it's basically the implication that Chocobo Sam killed his parents, and everyone's like, I guess maybe.
Maybe that's the bad part.
Like even Chocobo Sam is like he gets accused of murder. He's like, yeah, okay, we doing this. Doesn't reveal what actually happened to Laughter.
He's been in Wall Market for so long that he's probably gotten that kind of accusation many times.
Oh yeah, like he was working for Don Corneo. He probably expected that kind of accusation at some point.
Yeah, but that should be about it. I like that Johnny's hut has become a place to put your collectibles.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
Johnny's hotel and my shit.
Okay, so here we go. Temple of the Ancients time kind of deal. So
it's time to lock in, brothers.
I'd say the biggest part of this, I think the main start of this is when you get the flashback. Everybody gets their own like personalized flashback scene. I think that's the first part of this one.
Pretty much the first thing.
Yeah,
it's like people. It's like bunch of chicanery. Turks fight. A soldier died from jumping off a waterfall. Cloud go insane, but it's not as impactful.
These poor Shinra soldiers did not expect this today.
I will definitely say, just to preface it, this is definitely the section where I think it's like, okay, guys, you are pushing the cloud train, I think, way too hard onto this. It definitely got to the point where I was like, okay, I get it. Can we move on to kind of deal onto it? I think these moments work. There just should have been a lot less of them, because it feels a little forced by the end. But these flashback segments are really good. Red's was sad for it, but not too big. Tifa's one was more kind of haunting to me, because they play Tifa's theme in minor key, and it is so foreboding when it is played like that. That's what I remember most of Tifa's flashback on that, because
it's basically her reliving what her already traumatic moment was.
Yeah, which we've already seen plenty of times. The one that really caught me off guard was Barrett's, and we actually see Barrett's wife, which I don't think we've ever seen her before. I think in any media, if I remember right.
I don't think so.
So that one really hit me onto that was good. But if you want to talk about the one that broke me, was Aerith's on that.
Oh my god, this game just really loves like making you feel things for Aerith, knowing what's gonna happen.
Yeah, it just makes that she's not it. But like, that Aerith going around was really sad onto that no one would help her. The part that gets me is like her, like adult Aerith reaching out, and that stage light just cuts off kind of deal onto that, and she's just left alone. Like, oh god, that one rocked me.
So for me, for me, like what got me was like first Barrett was already getting me really hard, and then Aerith immediately after, like just seeing that I was controlling child Aerith, that I just had to sit there for a few minutes.
Just like Lord, give me strength for what I'm about to go through.
I guess
right now.
It helps that adult Aerith was mostly composed for the majority of that flashback, because she feels like she's kind of going through the motions, but the fact that she sees her sees the scientist taking her mother's corpse and she can't do anything about it is what broke her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also just for that little extra punch, just Yuffie having to relive losing like her one recent friend.
Yeah. Onto that.
Yuffie angst.
Oh yeah, Yuffie's as well onto I guess I a little glossed over Yuffie's because we already have been through that before, but again, I think it's better setting up that Yuffie is going to have a more defined arc this time throughout the story, which I'm very appreciative of.
I am fully expecting her to have a run back with Nero in part 3.
Oh yeah, no, there's going to be a
animated Sona.
Yeah, which I find it funny when Alex when he was on Twitter, he was like, hey, I got credit for Sonon. I didn't record anything new, but all right.
Reused voice line.
I think that's probably the best part regarding Integrate is that it feels that Yuffie has a lot more stake in this plot than ever before.
Yeah. But we gotta talk about the thing. They have their flashbacks, and then they come out kind of all just rocked at that point. And Aerith has her big speech of, the big, we are stronger together kind of thing, and we will move forward. And then Cloud just, are you done? This is what I'm talking about. Less is more onto this when it comes to that, because that's the, oh no.
Yeah.
You want to know what's honestly the creepiest moment for me? It's not Cloud go like, Aerith kind of deal going around and stuff like that. For the amount they push it, it is Cloud. When you switch to Cloud mid-fight, it's just instead of his usual lines, he just laughs.
Yeah. Oh, and that's only specifically
unnerving as fuck.
Yeah.
And by the way, that is only during the Demon Wall fight.
Also, I guess something specified that I got confused about it, but apparently it showcases that when the black material materializes, it falls out of Sephiroth's hand. So that's why he specifically needs Cloud to like give it to him as like some sort of like linkage.
Yeah, I got more to talk about that when we're at the finale regarding the black materia, but yeah. So I think from there we mostly head down, and then we get the main Aerith gameplay segment for.
That was before. I think the next one is like the big like Cetra backstory thing.
Oh yeah. Where I saw Big Knights in there again. Big Knights in the round. Come on,
Come on,
give me Knights around, cut, please. Come on.
I will say the fact that when Sephiroth appears again, the fact that it's Aerith who's mostly talking to him, and with the lunatic voice is giving me my tinfoil hat theories right there. It's like,
oh yeah, with that like reverb voice she has, like I'm 100%. That is on the Aerith talking at that point.
This fucking silver-haired angel that I hate.
But yeah, if we didn't talk about it, yeah, there is the Aerith play section where like you have to go collect live stream and then moves and stuff. I didn't really like this section, honestly.
It was cool for like the first 5 minutes, and
the
then
biggest,
I'm like,
it went on too long, and I think the live stream orbs are way too finicky. Like I don't feel like they ever attract you correctly onto that. So there were a lot of times where I went and like searched the area high and low only to see one little dot didn't get absorbed, and that was like holding me back on the section. No, I didn't like that, but we do get fights with all of the Turks again onto that, which was a lot of fun. Also, they make for great combo food at this point because they are also kind of pushovers when they get you got. And then from there, I think there's some more Cloud angst stuff happening.
Didn't you run into a weird glitch during one of the Turk fights?
Oh yeah, Aerith was like at 0 HP.
Oh yeah, no, it was Yuffie was at 0 HP, but for some reason didn't die at all, which was very odd. But it was like, all right, jeez, that fight.
Reno does come back. Not really much add for that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
You'll hopefully get more in part 3.
I think from there we're heading towards the scene. At this point, I think.
So, is it time to talk about Zack?
Right. You know what?
one little thing before we do start talking about Zach. I love the bit where like they get outside the temple and Barrett like picks up the black materia and Cloud just walks over to him and he's like, "Hey, that's mine." It was like literally it's like it's like a schoolyard kid just going up. It's like, "Give me my phone." Okay, now let's talk about Zach. What the fuck?
Why was he on the box art?
Why was he on the I figured that Zach was gonna have a more prominent role in the game, like, or at least like they were gonna show more moments with him, but we didn't really like. Okay, so throughout the entire game, obviously we get peeks into this alternate timeline universe live stream thing, whatever it is they're doing, where like it's after the fight on the highway, but pretty much all of Avalanche is dead. Which, yeah, this timeline sucks already. And then Aerith and Cloud are just in a coma, and then you have Zach working with Aerith's mom and Marlene to kind of help them get better. I don't know. I don't know what it is they were trying to go for with it. It just more often than not, it just let me it left me kind of confused on the whole thing.
I do feel like Zach is probably the most underutilized part of the game for me, especially considering this box art. It's like, bro thinks he's part of the team.
It's such a shame because Zach is Zach. This is just as on point of his characterization. I love seeing Zach. Every time he's on there, he's like, "Yo, my boy."
Yeah. Well,
and it's like we give him so little.
It's hard to say when we don't know the full spectrum, but I feel like in this part, Zach felt like a marketing gimmick kind of deal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To it, and that's kind of my problem. I mean, I love the the bits where I think my favorite Zach parts are the stuff with Marlene kind of deal, where Marlene is basically giving him the lore that she knows what the fuck's going on kind of deal. The two of like one is like, what, I think Marlene basically says something to the lines of like, well, she really likes Cloud kind of deal. It's like, oh, why you say that?
Zach is like, what does that mean?
And then I think the other one is like, Aerith can't wake up. She's gonna be in danger. There's a man with long silver hair. It's like, oh no.
But like, one bit for character work I like is him trying to help cheer up Biggs.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that is just
it's very on brand for Zach onto that.
I guess the interesting bit regarding that is that it is talking a bit more of this idea of like defying your destiny kind of deal, which definitely builds up for the finale in that sense.
Yeah, I love how in one of the many branching timeline Zacks that was happening during that ending, he's just like, "God damn it, not this shit again!"
Yeah. So I guess now I wish Zach was used more because it's definitely kind of leaning into my thing with these whole alternate world kind of things that we're going for in Remake. I don't quite understand where we're at with it right now. My thing is like, if we're staying very close to the original 7 kind of deal, my problem is how much is this going to actually matter? That's what I'm worried about kind of deal, because I feel like it's going to either matter too much or it's not going to matter enough. They kind of have to hit this sweet spot. And I think it's the one part about the finale I feel a little worried about kind of deal, if they're going to nail that in that sweet spot to make it work.
I think Max has a theory is that I think the people, when the remake happened, they realized they might have put pulled their hand too much out of what they were going for, so they were trying to be a bit more vague for Rebirth.
Yeah, I definitely get that vibe a lot for this one. So
I guess what it
go ahead
like,
because
what it seemed like to me, like, because obviously we're splitting the original story up into 3 parts. so far what it's felt like to me is that they've introduced like this whole messing with fate and like separate timelines, all this stuff, just to kind of like construe ways we can have final, like big climatic final boss fights for each part. And so far, I don't see if it's really serving another purpose yet. So far, my only thing that I see all this extra stuff is like, yeah, this is how we're gonna explain how we get a big final boss at the end of each game.
It's definitely kind of the problem that I have where I feel like all of the characters are being written incredibly well, and then there's Sephiroth for me onto that. And the problem is, I feel like Sephiroth in a lot of remake has been because in original 7 he's used very sparingly, only used when kind of needed, and he has a hell of a sense of presence throughout the entire game, and that's what makes him really work, because Sephiroth himself is not too deep of a character onto it. It's definitely, he is a very style-focused character. But I feel like in Remake, they've been using him too much. He's been very neener kind of deal throughout the game onto that. And I think I definitely got sick of it after a while for it. And the only parts I think get really interesting are like the end of Remake and end of Rebirth kind of deal. Like, very specifically, their final phase versions of Sephiroth kind of deal, what he talks about during those are where I find the interesting part. But okay, let's talk don't Aerith's prayer at this point.
What a fucking gut punch, man.
See, I don't actually think it's a gut punch for me onto that, but I mean that in a good way, because I think I know what the game plan is onto that.
The original idea is that they moved the gun punch from the prayer scene to the whole like weird timeline chicanery clout of that Claire date that they went on earlier.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, we gotta talk about that part. Because I don't think we did onto that.
Dogs.
As soon as we woke up and like Aerith is in there and it's the room from Zack's fate, I'm like, oh, what the fuck?
Like, we jump time.
Yeah, just so confused. Like, what is
timelines,
happening?
things like that.
And, by the way, Sophie, right here, originally wanted me to end the stream at that part.
Yeah.
You are
so
evil,
mean.
Sophie.
Yeah, no,
you are
yeah, no.
That's mean.
When Sophie was telling me where she was hoping it would end before the stream happened, I was like, "Oh my god,
you are evil." I love it. But yeah, you go through that, and it's this super bizarre thing where it's like, you see these giant cracks in the sky, but everybody is acting also happy and stuff like that. And Aerith is almost acting like Advent Children Aerith kind of deal, like acting very different than she's been doing throughout the entire game on that.
which Cloud catches on to.
Yeah,
Yeah.
For me, the gut punch is not the actual Aerith death in it. It is the scene at the church for it, where, Aerith basically gets to actually have the goodbye that she never had, because it's very clearly Omni Aerith at this point. Like, it's very clearly that, and basically to finally say all the things that she actually wanted to at that. Yeah.
To interject, apparently the Cloud's dialogue is different depending on how much infinity you have with Aerith.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So that kind of, which explains her whole line, like, well, at least I know what we are now.
Yeah, onto it. But the part that gets me is, the hug and then pushes him away kind of deal, basically signifying she's going to die. And from like the corner of Cloud's eye as he's falling down, you see Sephiroth just walk right into the room.
Mm-hmm.
That's the emotional gut punch moment on that for me.
Yeah.
Whatever happens, it isn't your fault.
So yeah, we get to the actual the scene at this point that we've all been speculating on ever since Remake got announced,
And holy shit.
I am so conflicted of how I feel they did that scene.
Yeah, because it's weird, because they've been building up to this all throughout Remake and Rebirth of like slowly like squirming in the possibility of Aerith actually surviving in the player's head. And there like so many like subtle things throughout the game where you're kind of like, are you gonna be able to save her? Can you save her this time? And at first you're like, yes, and then at the end of the day, no, Aerith is she's still gone.
I knew that
The
was going to
way
be how they were going to do it because here's the thing: everybody knows. Like, how can you make that tension? How can you create that sadness moment if everybody knows Aerith is going to die? Kind of deal. And Max talked about it early, and I totally agreed from him. What day one? You give people that sliver of hope. You give them you plant the idea we might be able to save her, only to just rip that away from them. Nope.
Yep.
Nope, you can't. On that.
I mean,
And having Cloud initially parry the Masamune, but then Sephiroth does this reality warp bullshit was one hell of a way to do it.
it's
Yeah,
literally
and-
like Infinity War Thanos. Nope.
Yeah, and like I don't know if that's like part of the whole like oh jeez, I had it in my head like the whole like Cloud already starting to like push away more trauma. I don't know if it's that like if it's part of that or if legitimately was he did deflect it and then I don't know. I'm still very confused on what exactly happened.
All right, you all ready? You all ready for the? Okay, so
All
I
right.
don't think we're gonna care about order anymore. We're just gonna go in the full tinfoil hat time.
All right,
at
rip
this
it
point.
up.
So, keep in mind, just put it on apostrophe that this may be all completely wrong onto it because I think they are being very discreet that we do not have all the information for this. We are grasping at straws, kind of deal.
They have been that
Even-
ending basically taunts us that we don't know everything.
Yeah.
Even the Ultimania is like question mark regarding Aerith.
So the idea going around, and a lot of this is brought from Max, who I think has kind of been on the ball so far in terms of collecting information and putting it all into one place. It seems like him and his chat have really figured some stuff out, but the idea, Sephiroth talks about the idea that he's bringing all these worlds together to try and bring out as much negative energy as possible because that's what he feeds off of. That's pretty much his power force for Genova onto that with his powers. And he's basically bringing a convergence where every world and timeline where Aerith dies are all coming in at once. When Cloud is basically muttering stuff that we can't hear, that's basically him in the original timeline, saying the stuff to Aerith afterwards, and it's all kind of rushing in. The idea is that there is kind of a sense that Cloud will eventually later on basically become an Omni Cloud, where he has information from every other timeline, but because of that right now, he's pretty much trying to process all of that, and he just rejects it in his mind that there's no possible way Aerith died. I saved her, kind of deal onto that. And Sephiroth is basically realizes that Cloud isn't able to process it and just goes, "You dumb bitch." This motherfucker can't even I try and make him so sad and despair that will fill me, and he can't even process that at this point.
Pat, do me a favor. I need you to clip that whole part where you're just like, "You dumb bitch."
I stole that from Max, but yeah.
I need that as a soundboard. Thank you.
Also, to add on to that, I do like Comic Man's comment here of that, like, part of why Cloud might not be able to process it is also because if he did process it, he would fucking break.
Yeah, and I think jumping the gun ahead here. Honest to God, I think that's why the Aerith that we see after the fight and after everything's settled, I don't think that's actually Aerith.
Oh, yeah.
I think that is just a mental projection. Like, this is Cloud like trying to push away that trauma, and this is what's gonna make his eventual breakdown in part 3 that much more like impactful. It's like, yeah, he is totally fucked up.
I'll take you a step further onto that, is that I don't even think that's his mind going through that. I think that Aerith is Genova onto that for me. Onto that. because
you might be onto something, because the music score when Aerith shows up, it plays the live stream theme in a minor key, and just it gives it this creepy atmosphere, and at that point you're just like, okay, this something is wrong, something
So
is not right here.
So to process the thing is when in the final fight kind of deal onto this when you're fighting Sephiroth and Aerith shows up again kind of deal from this void. The thing is that I think is the Omni Aerith showing up during that, because it specifically starts playing Avid Children music at that point, which that track had never been heard at any other point in Remake or Rebirth onto that. And if you go into the stats, Aerith's stats are significantly higher than when you were last partied up with her, even if she's at max level before, if you went into that fight kind of deal. So that part is the original Aerith onto that. And pretty much Sephiroth's entire plan is trying to out 4G chess this Aerith because she keeps blocking him at every possible point to make his plan work.
Aerith has the admin privileges.
Yeah, like we really got a process of Aerith is straight up the strongest character in the entirety of Final Fantasy VII, of this multiverse shenaniganery. Of that,
That's what I love.
It keeps blocking him perpetually from messing things up, and basically Sephiroth has to find a way to pretty much bypass her to get his plan to work, which is where the black materia stuff comes in, because Aerith says a line when Cloud's holding the materia of like, no, that one's a fit. Like, what, you're doing this all for a fake onto that. It's like, no, I'm not, kind of deal. So the black materia that's in the temple is not actually the black materia onto that. Right. So
that's also part of why, like, she was jumping around the dimensions, and that ending is because she was effectively playing hide and seek with Sephiroth.
Yeah. So basically, the actual materia that he had back at the temple, and the one that faced through Sephiroth's hands, is pretty much a black materia beacon, where that pretty much helps you actually find the real black materia at that point too, because there's only one. And Sephiroth is basically dimension hopping to try and find it for it, because Aerith keeps hiding it throughout all of these different timelines onto that until the very end of the game, when during the CG cutscene, Cloud has the actual black materia at that point, and that's what he's about to deliver off to Sephiroth.
Is it weird that my brain just immediately went to the Frozone sing?
But
where's my apocalypse orb?
So yeah, that is on the Aerith at that point. But however, everything we see basically after Aerith wake up kind of deal, I think that is Genova for a few specific reasons. One, Aerith continually acts very weird throughout all of this for the rest of this, and the only other character that seems to notice Aerith at all is Red 13. Remember, Red 13 was experimented on by Hojo onto that, and I think that's a very key thing to remember.
Oh,
that was like the one thing that was like the one thing that was like poking me off. Like, wait, if it's Genova Aerith, why is Red seeing this? And then Max just dropped like, "Oh right, remember this bit from OG?"
I didn't think about that.
Yeah, and also, Red also hands Sephiroth the black Cloud the black materia back in OG as well onto that, so he's a little bit more heightened when it comes to this. But the biggest thing that I'm going fully on that is not Aerith is she never reacts to anything else going on, and says the most anti-Aerith thing throughout this entire finale on that. Because remember, we just had a scene with Aerith where she talks about that we cannot burden our pain by ourselves, like we have to rely on each other, and only then are we going to be able to make the world a better place. And then she starts talking about, I'll stop Meteor and Sephiroth kind of deal. And when Cloud goes to say, I'll fight Sephiroth at the Northern Crater, she goes, you promise on that? When has Aerith ever said anything like that for the rest of the entire game on that. It is the most anti-Aerith line in the entire thing. And as some other people have noticed, if you really look at her eyes, and like you kind of have to look in very 4K kind of footage for it. But you can
I remember not even being able to really see it, even when you did point it out.
but you can see a glint of red show in her eyes, and it's a specific shade of red that is only used in the black materia on that.
Yeah, well, it's not the shade of the dynamo, right?
No, it's not like because it doesn't show up in any other part of the scene for that. Only on the "You Promised" line on that.
Yeah. So I like this has got to be it's got to be a Genova Aerith. That's the only thing I think.
And you want to know where I think this is going for? In my grand master plan, I haven't told you guys about where I think this is going on that. If it is a Genova Aerith onto that, is that, this is going to create such a big divide between the parties, and no one's going to be able to trust Cloud onto that. This Aerith is just going to be whispering little things in Cloud's ear kind of deal throughout to goad him on into doing things. When Cloud has his eventual breakdown, think about it. What is the most emotionally charged thing that we can do to show that Cloud is not with the rest of the party anymore? Want me to say it?
Yeah, because I have no idea.
A battle of Cloud versus every party member at the Northern Crater at that point.
Oh God.
Ooh.
Which would explain, and that part would be the part also where Tifa gets absolutely fucked out, and that would be the reason that she gets knocked out instead, being the change for the beginning of part 3, and Cloud hands off that black materia at that point.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's maybe like 3 at a time per phase kind of deal, but the idea would be like if you say like Vincent, Sid, Kate Civ, then like Yuffie, Barrett, Red, and then finally Tifa.
The one-on-one
kind of deal
would be Cloud and Tifa. That's so fucked up.
That's why I think they're going for it. I'm like looking at this plan, and I'm just like, this lines up in my head onto that.
So that makes, I think that also ties a little bit more. That is the perfect final fight at the end of Act 1. Mm-hmm. Like you do that fight, meteor comes down, end of Act 1.
Yep.
Like,
and that's why I think
goddamn
also
genius.
Where I think they're also going with this the idea that we didn't get actually the scene of Aerith going into the water, kind of the iconic shot that Aerith is dead, because the thing is Cloud has not processed that's not even in his head. It's like, no, it's great. I beat Sephiroth, both of my girlfriends are alive. Life is good. Onto that, as Max has kept quoting. But I keep thinking about, what's going to be the big emotional hook for what Cloud will finally accept that Aerith is gone, and potentially all Aerith at that point, on the Aerith might not be a thing at that point, is in Cloud's breakdown while he's in the live stream onto that. You have that realization, and then to like symbolically show that Aerith is gone kind of deal, you pick up her body and you put her in the water at that point.
Pat, you're evil.
This is where I'm thinking the big plan of where they could go with this, and I'm thinking thematically what would make sense onto that.
You're a twisted little bitch, aren't you?
I also like to preface in the credits of Rebirth. There's like 2 significant chunks of the credits where no cutscenes are playing, and that is very suspicious.
Was it like specifically involving Aerith?
Yeah, it's like
It's like, I think it's implied that that's where the scene where they lower Aerith's body into the pool of water, I think it's implied that's where it's supposed to be. But since Cloud is like pushing down these memories and feelings to avoid, like, to push away his trauma, that's not it didn't happen according to Cloud.
Like I definitely get the sense of why they're going for this. Is also in a gameplay sense, because I'm kind of noticing. Have you guys noticed that Cloud's later toolkit gets much more aggressive berserk kind of style?
A little bit.
For like the later moves that he gets. And I'm kind of agreeing with Max. I think they're kind of going, in a sense, to make Cloud kind of more and more into a Dark Knight-esque kind of arc for him in part 3.
Mhm.
Seems
So,
to be kind of the route they're going for with him on
so
that.
almost like a reverse of Cecil in 4.
Yeah, kind of reverse Cecil is kind of the idea for it sort of bang onto that. Yeah.
That is. That's
So
interesting.
these are kind of like my big brain thoughts. I think like those
Yeah.
are the main things, and I think how part 3 will potentially end is the idea that Cloud will finally have the knowledge of every other, version of him kind of deal to basically finally become who he is. And the idea that the big climatic fight is going to be killing Sephiroth off for good. Like, you do not come back, you're not returning to the live stream kind of dead at that point. So, like,
Well,
having children can't happen. None of that extra stuff can happen at this point because kind of the original end of 7 is kind of a big downer onto that, where it implies that every human died off kind of deal with Red 13 as his kids kind of deal by the end of that.
Yeah.
So I think it is the idea that we are trying to avert that at this point of where we actually do
maybe
get
a like holy god that actually does stop Meteor.
Yeah, potentially, because I feel like even at this point, Meteor is not the end game for Sephiroth at this point. So
Yeah, but
it's
that would be one
small
helpful way
potatoes for him now.
I know, but that would still be one helpful way to signify it to the audience.
Well, I remember seeing a theory on Twitter because not only does Cloud have the black materia orb by the end of the game, he also has the clear materia orb that used to have holy.
Mhm.
He has both of those. One theory I saw is that if they really want to go and prevent Advent Children, since Sephiroth only comes back in Advent Children because of Cloud, because of the Genova cells in Cloud, and because of his memories, what if they seal all of Cloud's memories of Sephiroth in that materia? So that way he can't come back.
That's definitely a way I could see them do it, almost like White Orsite and 14. I'm kind of thinking of now, sort of.
A little bit.
A little bit.
Yeah. Because my biggest question after Rebirth is like, okay, I get why he has the black materia, because obviously you kind of need that for the story to go. But why does he still have the clear materia? Like, why does he still have the clear holy materia?
Well, that's because the Omni Aerith gave it to him at that point.
Yeah, but I don't think they would have Aerith give it to him if it's not going to be used for something significant.
Well, yeah, that's what Omni Aerith is playing the long haul game onto that and putting it in the spot where, Sephiroth is not going to assume anything by that materia onto it. It literally has nothing in it into that.
Mhm.
Yeah, like both her and Sephiroth are playing 4D chess.
Well, Aerith is playing 5D. Sephiroth's 4D kind of deal on that.
Yeah. So I'm hoping that when we do get to the finale of this trilogy, I hope that they can give everybody a happier ending while still keeping that somber feel that the original had.
Yeah, because I mean, they still have to keep the idea, because like I said before, the main theme of 7 is loss kind of deal and moving on toward after that kind of thing. So I don't think it's
Yeah.
going to be a squeaky clean ending, but I think it is probably going to end on a happier note than the original one overall.
Yeah.
So what is
So, I mean-
Sephiroth's endgame?
We still don't know, even after this whole game. We still don't know the answer for that.
We know he's doing something regarding like the quote unquote timelines and stuff, and trying to cause chaos and stuff. But if this is Omni Sephiroth, what is he doing to prevent whatever like the same situation as OG7?
Because we still had the stuff from the mobile game onto.
Yeah, we do have all the
Yeah.
stuff.
Which
From,
I do want to
EverQuest.
mention one thing that we do know from that, because we kind of talked about the Rufus stuff earlier, and Wutai basically, by using Glenn's body, Sephiroth pretty much is instigating a war on the entire planet with Wutai at the center of it. To again just kind of make so much despair that Sephiroth is just like, oh, that's a good shit kind of deal onto that. And it's also implied for a little extra little world building detail in this version of it. Of we have the kind of main faction of Avalanche, and we are a Splinter Cell kind of deal of it.
Yep.
It is given to us in Ever Crisis that Rufus Shinra is the one that made the original Avalanche onto that, specifically to get his father out of the picture onto that. So that's why they are kind of viewed as much more extreme than the Avalanche that Barrett, Tifa, and the rest of them are a part of on that.
I can put it further, Pat. I think I don't know if it's because of Nate annotation, but the scene where they were broadcasting the whole situation and they's like, okay, here's our leader, and the leader doesn't show up.
Mm-hmm.
The implication is that's supposed to be Rufus.
Ooh.
Rufus was also part of the whole Wutai situation, but because his father died, he has to step up for president. So he's now stuck in between this limbo of he has to instigate as president, but he also has to make sure his other Splinter Cell stuff are still working in progress. And because of that, Sephiroth is further pushing the complications of Rufus not being able to enact against him.
Oh, that's interesting if that's the case.
But so we also have the stuff of Ever Crisis of Sephiroth's past on too. That which initially I kind of scoffed at this idea because it sounded like, didn't he just go through the Nibelheim incident again? Kind of deal in my head for it. But it's more the idea that Sephiroth never got to have a normal life for him, and over that time he's learned to despise that as it goes on. And I think that's kind of the idea of Omni Sephiroth. By the time he gets to that point, Nibelheim, after all of having children, all of that, Sephiroth is just done with the entire world, and he wants to wipe the slate clean and basically reform it to his image so he can have a normal life. Seems to be the idea that they are going for. And if it is, I think that this stuff with Sephiroth is going to be the intro part of Game 3 onto that.
Mm-hmm.
That actually just makes his dynamic with Zack and Crisis Core all the more interesting.
Yeah. So it's now I'm starting to see some pieces of where I think that I can see a picture of where it's forming of seeing thematically how could they tie all these elements together onto that. And you're right, that would also make a parallel with Sephiroth and Aerith as well onto that. So
honestly, putting the Ever Crisis stuff as like a tutorial for part 3 is possibly like the best option, especially like better explaining how Glenn fits into this and his relationship with Sephiroth.
Because they can't start the game at the Northern Crater kind of deal onto that. It's just not possible onto that. So I think this Sephiroth introduction would make a better leeway into that.
Yeah, I don't know if I should specifically explain of what happened in the Ever Crisis stuff in case that is actually used, but it is might be like the biggest quote unquote into characterization of why Sephiroth is the way he is, and the whole end goal of having the slate cleaned at the very end, especially with Abe Sephiroth actually remembering his initial goal before being like stuck into like Genova's whole scheming.
I have seen a few crackhead theories kind of go around that that people start to kind of think that the idea, because we still haven't heard of the 7 seconds till the end kind of deal onto that.
Yeah.
That they come back up in Rebirth onto that. But that people are starting to think more and more that Omni Sephiroth, because the idea, there are 2 Sephiroths running around in Rebirth onto that. There is the main timeline Sephiroth, and then there is Omni Sephiroth. And Omni Sephiroth, a lot of people are starting to theorizing, is planning to kill Genova at this point. Like, he is fully aware that that is not his mother at all. That's some alien, and basically wants to get Cloud to help him kill it, to finally kill her and end that threat so he can be top dog at that point. I don't know if they're going to go through with that to it, but it is another thing to add to the pile onto that. Again, we have no confirmation of any kind. We could be spitting complete lies throughout this entire thing onto it.
Imagine the finale be Cloud and Sephiroth teaming up against Genova, defeating him, and then and then they turn back their blades at them.
To that, but I don't know if they're gonna do that.
Which now leads to the last element, Zack.
So where in your head is Zack fitting in all of this right now?
Well,
it's I don't know. I think at some point within part 3, because I know the developers have talked about, like, yeah, we want to add something from that we wanted to do in the original that we never got to do, and I think that's going to be seeing the reunion between Zack and Aerith. So I think that throughout part 3, if Omni Aerith is still alive at that point, but like, I think Aerith and Zack are just going to be hopping through the live stream to make sure that things are kind of going smoothly, they're going the way that they're supposed to, and then saving the party from Omni Sephiroth when he tries to intervene. That's my crackhead theory. I know it's not really crackhead-ish.
I just see Aerith keeping him in the back pocket as backup.
Yeah.
Zack is kind of meant to be the one that is probably the least in the loop of what's happening out of everybody.
Sort of and sort of not, because even though he was like, "What the heck is happening?" Like, still with the hedgehog, just like time jumping. In that sense, at the end of like when he finally comes back to a supposed timeline, he kind of has an idea of what he has to do, which leads to the biggest what the heck plot info from random Cosmo Canyon NPC.
Okay, we're bringing this person in now.
Yeah, because this kind of goes back to the idea of what they could do with Zack in part 3. So I think the implications that what the lady, it's the theory that she goes with the whole like timeline thing is that the timelines are essentially dreams of what people wish that would happen in terms of like in terms of that when Clouds did the whole whisper thing, it was just kind of like this opposite thing of like dreaming that Zack actually lives. And so instead he created like a timeline / dimension thing where Zack actually survived in that sense, which also ties to the fact that of Biggs essentially being hopped into that dreamscape too when he supposedly died because Cloud wished that he was alive, which also leads to the fact that this Zack is not the Zack in the OG timeline that died. This is just a Zack that Cloud dreamt up to making. And the implication at the end might be that Zack is currently in the OG timeline. So he could be running around in part 3 trying to find the crew. And possibly be, when Cloud is out of commission, he will be the stand-in for him during that whole situation.
It is just really interesting me by the fact that they already did the Cloud and Zack team up in this one, which I thought for sure was going to be a part 3 thing at that point.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And it could lead to something to where Zack might actually be a key to helping Cloud to regain his memories, like alongside Tifa, because Tifa has to still have her big moment with Cloud at it. But it also could be the thing where Zack is still somewhat connected to Omni Aerith to be where it's going on. But also it will fit, like, if this isn't the OG Zack and he's in a Zack, he's like a Zack part of the dreamscape, and like the dream timelines are ending. That means Zack is on a time limit, and he might possibly disappear as well. That way, we can still keep the whole like weight of Zack dying while having Zack still being able to contribute. And we might have this like a scene parallel to Advent Children, to where like it's just Zack and like Omni Aerith in the light, like saying like one final goodbye to Cloud, and then they walk in and disappear.
Man, I'm not ready for part 3. This game's gonna fuck me up.
This really is. Yeah, this theory really ties. Like Zack is not real. Don't believe in Zack.
God, not saying it here because completely unrelated game overall, but now my brain's also thinking of another character in Persona 5 Royals third semester.
Yeah. I just kind of think it's like if you're building this up with Zack, that's you gotta give Zack to do like something big in part 3 to make all this matter.
Yeah, because like that's that's definitely the biggest thing that why I was initially kind of let down by the ending for me, because it was like, well, does all this like multiverse Zack nonsense really matter at the end of it? And I think that's what was kind of the wrong way of thinking about it, kind of deal. It's the same thing that happened in Remake's ending, where I didn't like it at first, kind of deal. In Remake, it was like, well, things didn't actually change that much, kind of deal, in the grand scheme of things. And then I was like, it took about a week later, I'm like, wait a fucking minute. Onto that, and it's the same thing into this, where it's like, well, I mean, that's like live stream Arif, kind of like saying goodbye. I'm like, oh wait, no, that's not a deal
Yeah.
to that. So
That's why, and that's why I think about it, since they already pulled the whole Zack and Cloud team up at the end. What better to push it forward than the actual party member idea? And also, it fits into whole Zack's idea of trying to defy destiny with your own fate, in which he essentially is like, "Okay, I may be dead here, but I'm still gonna do something."
yeah,
Yeah, it's like I'm gonna go out on my terms.
This is the thing, man. I'm gonna be sad when we do the spoiler podcast for part 3 in like 5 years at this point, and we're not gonna be able to speculate on shit anymore.
Dude, that podcast is gonna be like 10 fucking hours.
Will it be?
God.
Because I'm not sure if we'll have stuff to speculate.
I mean,
at the end
well,
of it.
like let's still keep this in mind, guys. Like, Remake and Rebirth still only cover disc 1.
Yeah.
Part 3 is going to be disc
God.
2 and disc 3.
To be fair, it is pretty much all of disc 2. Disc 3 really
Yeah.
doesn't have much on
Yeah,
it.
So where at does disc 3 even start?
Disc 3 is literally prepping for the end game and the end game.
Yeah, it's basically just because of all the FMVs that play at the very end of the game.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, so disc
Okay,
2
well, never mind then.
Yeah, disc 3 is basically all the meteors been summoned stuff.
Yeah.
Now we wait.
This is the fun
Gosh,
part.
do we really gotta wait till 2027? It's like, can we just
We're waiting at least 3 years at this point for the game.
What we already know is that the story scenario is already written. The biggest hurdle is trying to figure out how to make the Highwind work.
Yeah, because that's the one thing we didn't touch on here is, holy shit, how big the open world is.
Yeah, no, I think the biggest part of it, there's no load times and stuff like that for PS5, except for Chatly, for some reason. I don't really know why y'all do it, but it really hits you once you get the ship kind of deal, and you realize
once you have the Bronco.
Yeah, once you realize you can literally go from one end of the world all the way to the other without a single load screen showing up. It is basically the blueprint of what part 3 is going to be like at that point.
Now they just gotta figure out how they're gonna have the Highwind work.
Yeah, because that's definitely the biggest problem is, how do you make the Highwind interesting when you can fast travel? Kind of deal.
Yeah.
That's gonna be the tricky part about all of it, and I don't envy them on how to really make it work in this world. So
I'm confident that they're gonna be able to figure it out.
I just
Like,
don't envy them. It's gonna be difficult.
Yeah. Like, I've like, they've just been constantly impressing me with how like solid these games are. So I have full confidence that they are going to be able to pull this off, and it's going to be a hell of a finale. And then I'm going to be sad because that means we're not going to get any more Final Fantasy VII for a while.
One thing,
you think they're done? You think they're done after that? We're done.
So one thing I'm now thinking about with part 3 also is, Oh god, the actual weapon fights.
I am very curious what they're gonna do for it.
I wouldn't be surprised if they handle the weapon fights like they did the monster fights in like different areas. Like maybe the weapons could be like
But
Well,
it's also
I'm
like
more
the
so
size
I
of the weapons.
yeah, I'm also talking about the scope because those things were huge already, and one of them was a fucking roaming boss.
They're like Shadow of the Colossus kind of height for them on that. So
Like you legit had to chase one of them down in your airship and slowly beat it down
mhm,
Ooh.
because it was playing by Entei rules.
yeah. So yeah, I think that's about all we have at this point.
I don't know I don't know what else we can talk about that we haven't already said.
I mean,
I can't wait for Tifa to punch Scarlet in the face.
Oh
Yes!
yes. Okay. I guess as like one last thing I want to discuss, like what, and I'm sure everybody might have the same answer. We'll see. What is the one scene you guys are looking forward to most for being recreated in part three?
That's a
It is
For me,
Cloud's
for me
Mindscape.
it's a live. Yeah,
The
for
live
me it's a
stream.
live stream.
yeah.
Live
Live
stream.
stream's an obvious one.
Highwind did second.
The other part for me is specifically if they do the finale of the game like the original, of the Omni Slash thing. Of I know there's been the big ridiculous boss battles, which admittedly in this one I was kind of getting bored of it because it's like we've been here before. Have we been here before? To
Oh, yeah,
deal
we've
on
been
to
here
that.
before.
I want the
Oh my
final
god, this is happening again.
I want the final phase truly to be just the Oni Slash, nothing else, nothing big onto that. It's that you do the Oni Slash, done onto that.
Uh, Another scene I am looking forward to because they're going to cover it. Barrett redeeming himself to Corel.
Yeah.
See, Yuffie's whole thing. I want to see what will be like Vince's stuff and his lover for obvious reasons.
By the way, on the note of what my earlier question was, Calibri, using the summons to fight the weapons would be interesting. I just don't know how this particular combat system would handle that.
Yeah. So I think that's it at this point for
Yeah.
the Rebirth, at least for now. To that with the information we currently have at our disposal.
God.
So.
I can't wait. I know I have a lot on my plate before part 3 comes out because I still need to sit down and play OG7. So I'm gonna make sure that gets done before part 3 is even like shown off for the first time.
Yeah, thank you for joining us on this nearly 4.5-hour podcast. Oh my god.
Holy shit.
I am not surprised at all.
I think Rebirth is a good game.
Rebirth might be good. Rebirth might be good, potentially.
Yep. Game of the
We
year.
will see you all in about like 3 years or so for talking the finale of this. So
Oh.
until then, adios. Bye bye.
Ciao.